Alrighty, welcome to the Ventura Unified School District General Board Meeting, first board meeting of 2026. So go ahead and do call to order, please. Oh, that's me calling to order. Okay, public comments. We have no public comments. Adoption of agenda.
I'll move approval, or do we have any changes?
We have it. Yeah.
Thank you. We have two changes. We would like to move items 15C1 and items 15A1 to take place before 14B3, with the understanding that Mr. Marin is also presenting at the City Council, and if he's running late, we'll just take him when he comes in.
Okay, is there any other item you wish to pull?
Sorry, 15C1.
Yes.
C1 A1, 15A1, before 14B3. Alrighty, if we can have a motion for the amended agenda.
I move to accept the agenda as amended.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move into closed session. Pupil matters pursuant to Education Code, sections 35, 14.6, 48916, 48918. Administrative recommendation for student readmission for expulsion, conference with labor negotiations, and public employee discipline, dismissal and release, and conference with legal counsel. We got a motion to go into closed session.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Alrighty, thank you. Alrighty, welcome to the Ventura Unified School District General Meeting. We have a slight technical difficulty. As you can see, the screens are blank, but we're going to get that fixed right away. So let's go ahead and start with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you could please stand if you're able.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Alrighty, thank you. Roll call, please.
Thank you. President James Forsyth,
Present.
Vice President Shannon Fredericks,
Here.
Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez,
Here.
Trustee Dr. Jerry Dannenberg,
Here.
Trustee Mr. Calvin Peterson,
Here.
Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro,
Here.
Student Board Member Naima Dickerson,
Here.
Student Board Member Abby Sargent,
Here.
and Student Board Member Sella Duque.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move to report on actions taken in closed session. Closed session item was public employee discipline, dismissal, and release. In closed session, the governing board took action to release a non-re-elect a certified employee identified by employee reference number 2025034. Certificated employee 2025034 will be released from the certificated position and non-re-elected from all district employee effective at the date of the workday, January 14th, 2026. The motion was made by Trustee Rodriguez, second by Trustee Peterson. The roll call as follows. Ayes 5 and nays no. Absence no. Or abstentions no. All right. So superintendent reports.
Okay, thank you, President Forsyth. As we try and buy some time to hopefully get our technology up, we actually have, it's a perfect day for it. The first thing is I want to just share my appreciation for the entire district related to our Cheers for Children efforts. This year, our community was so generous. Cheers for Children raised over $24,000. It helped us serve 230 families across the district. These donations are used for a variety of issues that include food assistance, gas cards to help families get to school and to medical appointments, clothing, shoes, and other needs identified for the sites by our Student Support Services District.
And I would like to personally thank, a special thanks to our top fundraiser, Cabrillo Middle School top fundraiser, Ventura Unified School District Education Services Center employees, Pierpont Elementary School, Ventura High School, for your gracious, truly humbling donation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for everything that you did to support the community. Next, we're going to move to an introduction of our new Director of Facilities, Marina Verdian, and if you can make your way to the microphone.
Good evening, Board. It gives me pleasure to introduce to you Ms. Verdian, who she joins us. She previously served as the Director of Facilities and Modernization in Santa Barbara Unified School District. Before her experience there, she served as the Director of Facilities at the Glide Foundation, providing services and support for the unhoused population of San Francisco, including building spaces for medical clinics, mental health facilities, an abused women's shelter, and more. Before that, she served as the Director of Facilities for the Haas School of Business at UC Berkeley, as a project engineer for business and facilities services at Stanford University, and as a library facilities manager at UCLA. She holds a Master's of Public Administration degree from USC and a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering. Ms. Verdian has a deep commitment to building a collaborative environment, encouraging employee growth, promoting customer service principles in public service, and overseeing facility projects with large educational facilities in mind. She also brings extensive knowledge of modernization projects, including major facilities condition assessments and the development of long-range facilities master plans that involve all stakeholders. Ms. Verdian is an innovative leader with a strong technical background and a clear understanding of how facilities support teaching and learning. She unites diverse teams and consistently delivers measurable results, all with fairness and kindness. Welcome, Ms. Verdian, to VUSD.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gina. It's truly humbling. Good evening, Board President Forsyth, Superintendent Dr. Castro, board members, cabinet members, members of the public. I am truly, truly grateful and truly humbled to be here. I come with experience, as you know, Gina just mentioned, but it's not the most important thing. I think the most important thing in my position is to understand why we're here, why all of us are here, are for our students, and to make sure that the mission and the vision of the Ventura Unified School Districts, the district, are put forward within facilities so that we create better spaces, better schools, and better conditions for learning. So that's my job, and that's my commitment to this district and to our students and to our staff, as far as our principals and everyone else. My job is to make sure that I build a great team, that we support everyone who needs the support. And again, I am so grateful for everyone, including all the people who interviewed me, the Personnel Commission, and everyone on this board. Thank you very much.
Well, first of all, welcome to the team. And I'm very excited on your hire because I looked at your background and I'm really excited to see the innovation that you're going to be able to bring us, because we've been doing great things for a long time, but there's always room for improvement. So I'm looking forward to that part of your background.
Thank you, Trustee Peters.
Congratulations, and I'm really impressed by your focus on why we're here for the kids. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Dunn.
Yeah, good evening, Marina, and it's nice to see you again. We had the chance to meet at the Bond Oversight Committee with Trustee Fredericks. Welcome to Ventura Unified, and thank you for bringing that perspective that we all expect, which is that we're here for our kids.
Thank you.
Likewise, it was a pleasure meeting you at the bond meeting, but I just want to welcome you to the team. You have an amazing group of individuals to work with here, and I think that you're going to have a lot of success, and we really look forward to seeing the work that you're going to be doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would just like to echo the comments of my colleagues. I think facilities is one of the most student-focused groups that we have, so you're going to fit right in. Thank you for that.
Thanks.
And thank you again for just jumping right in, meeting with your team, putting in the structures, getting to know how we support all of our schools across the district. And Dr. Mirza, anything you want to add?
I'm just grateful that you're part of our team, and as you assess our facilities, we have a lot of work ahead of us, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Likewise. Thank you very much.
And next, I don't see her out there, but Marissa Rodriguez, principal. There you go. Come on up to the microphone. And tonight, as you can see in the audience, we have a unique opportunity to celebrate Ventura High School football. So I'll turn it over to Marissa Rodriguez. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Board President James Forsyth, members of the board, Superintendent Castro, Executive Cabinet, families, students, and community members. My name is Marissa Rodriguez, proud principal of Ventura High School. Tonight, I have the honor to present to you our Ventura High School varsity football team. Tonight, we celebrate history. For the first time ever, Ventura High School is the Division VI Southern Section CIF champions and state regional runner-ups for Division III AA. What an extraordinary accomplishment by a great group of student athletes. Our head coach, Tim Garcia, I wanted to just honor you for your dedication to this team that goes beyond measure. You are not only a remarkable coach, but a true asset to Ventura High School. Your selfless passion, leadership, and commitment to our students and our school are evident in everything that you do. To our assistant coaches, thank you for buying into the vision of Ventura High School football and for the genuine care you show our athletes every day. It's more than just a job. It's mentorship, sacrifice, and heart. to our booster club, athletic director, parents, guardians, families, friends, and the entire community. Thank you for standing behind this team through every practice, every game, and every challenge, all the way through a long season that ended on December 12th. Your support matters more than you know. As a proud principal, I can say Ventura is a great place to be. It is just the beginning of more excellence to come. We will continue to make history in our classrooms, specialized programs, and athletics. Congratulations, Cougars. You have made Ventura High School proud.
Yep. All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share our special journey with all of you. It's an honor to stand before you to recognize a group of young men who accomplished something truly historic, not just for Ventura High School, but for our entire community. This past season, Cougar football made history. For the first time in school history, we won a regional game and earned the right to play in a state championship game. And earned the right to play in a state championship game. We played a 16-game season, captured our third CIF title, the first in 25 years, and became back-to-back undefeated league champions.
Can we get the mic turned up? Can we get the mic turned up, please? The coach's mic turned up.
Along the way, we shattered every offensive passing, receiving, and scored record in VHS history. But these accomplishments didn't happen overnight. Our journey began on January 13th in the weight room, 4 mornings a week. It ended on December 12th when we walked off the field together for the last time, 11 months of relentless work, sacrifice, and commitment. Our guiding phrase this year was simple: do commitment better. In a time when commitment is often lacking, these young men chose to commit fully and unselfishly to something bigger than themselves: Cougar football, their teammates, and their community. Every Friday night, they met the challenge in front of them, fought mentally and physically, and conquered it. They learned life lessons along the way, playing not just for themselves, but for the black and gold and for those who came before them and for the city of Ventura. This season was full of meant-to-be moments, and one in particular captures the heart of who we are. 1 year ago, during a practice before our first game, our left tackle, number 70, Christian Rea, broke his leg. I'll never forget it. As he waited for the ambulance, tears streaming down his face, the only words he can get out were, "I let my teammates down." Not a word about the pain, only remorse for not being able to stand beside his brothers. That's commitment. Through months of rehab, Christian fought back and returned for his senior season, protecting the quarterback's blind side and helping lead us through a record 16-game journey. And when it was all said and done, Christian played 17 games, the most of any football player in Ventura High history, because he earned a spot in the All-Star game. That's what do commitment better looks like, and that's what this program is about. As someone who played in this program, coached for 33 years, and now has the privilege of leading it, I take great pride in preserving the traditions and cultures that make Ventura High special. None of this would be possible without the alumni who built the foundation and the previous coaches who dedicated themselves to shaping this program year after year. Their commitment paved the way for everything we achieved this season, and we honor them every time we take the field. And at the center of that field stands a symbol that has represented Ventura High for 45 years, the emblem at the 50-yard line. It's more than paint on turf. It is a living reminder of who we are, what we stand for, and the generations of Cougars who have fought with pride for that mark. Every time our players stepped onto that logo this season, they carried the weight of tradition and the responsibility to elevate it. That symbol connects the past, the present, and the future, and this team lived up to it. This season didn't just lift a program, it re-energized a community. We saw faces we hadn't seen in years. We received messages from alumni and neighbors thanking these young men for bringing Ventura together again. The impact was undeniable. In just 30 days, our football Instagram account had over 2 million hits, a testament to the excitement and pride this team generated. And Ventura High is more than football. It's a place where excellence thrives in AP courses, music, athletics, and beyond. Our administration staff and coaches work tirelessly to provide the best for our students. Because of the strong community and the football families of Friday Night Lights, we were able to give back, help and fund PTSA grants for teachers, and provide financial support to all athletic programs school-wide. As we celebrate these accomplishments, I also want to share a thought about how we create moments like this in the future. Great moments don't happen by accident. They require planning, vision, and teamwork. When decisions are made, it's important that we look beyond what's right in front of us and consider the bigger picture. The impact on our students, our community, and the memories that will last a lifetime. When we work together with that mindset, we create experiences that everyone can be proud of. Before I close, I need to acknowledge the people who helped make this journey possible. First and foremost, my coaching staff, a team of 21 loyal and dedicated coaches who have poured their hearts into Cougar football and into the young men who make that daily commitment. Their hard work, passion, and belief in this program have been the backbone of everything we've accomplished. My wife, Allison, who teaches at Poinsettia and has stood by me through every early morning and late night. My sons, Jordan, Trevor, and Derek, who played in the program and have sacrificed and worked alongside me, sharing in the highs and lows of this season. For years, Robin Woodworth has been a trusted source of support, and in 2025, she was the driving force behind so much of what we accomplished. Her efforts made it possible for our players and coaches to have the season they truly deserved. And lastly, our principal, Marissa Rodriguez, who pours her best into Ventura High every single day. Marissa has created a campus culture that is full of life and energy, keeps an open door, and has an incredible feel for the heartbeat of our campus. Marissa gets it, and because of her leadership and support, this program has been able to thrive. Thank you all for believing in Cougar football and in what it represents. Ventura High is a special place. Through our rich traditions, through the symbol at the 50-yard line, and through a shared commitment to think big and work together, we will keep this train on the tracks, representing and supporting all. Time to get to work on 2026. Cougar Pride.
Okay, board comments, please.
Well, first of all, congratulations. And the cool part is, being a former left tackle, I'm glad he highlighted the most important position on the team. My parting advice to you is that you guys are going to go away and do some very successful things in your college career, but you're always going to remember this group. So keep everybody close and keep this memory, and just make sure you take care of your body when you go to the next level.
Congratulations for all your hard work. We're very proud of you. Thank you.
Yes, gentlemen, we are super proud of the hard work and dedication you show. It's so hard to be a student athlete, and the work and determination that you've put into this career. Really, I mean, I hope you're really proud of yourselves for what you've done. Coach, I wanted to ask, would you introduce your coaching staff? I appreciate that you all have come here, and we see you on the sidelines at games, but I just think it's great for the community to get a chance to.
Sure. In fact, I'm going to have them come up and introduce themselves.
Okay.
They're not all here tonight, but yes.
Yeah, no, thank you, because.
Hi, I'm Coach Nick McGrew. I coach the safeties.
Coach Kevin Ballard, varsity receivers and special teams coordinator.
Coach Glenn Bundy, defensive line. Coach Marquez, head JV football coach. I'm also alumni of Ventura High School.
Good evening, Coach Noel Martinez. I'm the defensive coordinator. I've been with Tim since 2009, and I'm a VHS alumni from 03.
Coach Morrissey, alumni, class of 84, quality control.
Hi, I'm Bo Morgan. Helped this year with the freshman team and also a little bit with the offense as we got in the playoff run.
Hello, Louis Jimenez. I worked with the offensive line, and also I'm an alumni.
Just so you know, like I said, we had 21 coaches on our staff, which is a large staff. We're fortunate. All but one are walk-on coaches. So that's pretty remarkable.
Coach, can I get your seniors to tell us where they're going next year and introduce themselves, please?
Sure, I have a couple. Jack, you want to come over? Derek, you want to come over? One is already out. Tristan Phillips already left and is at Oregon currently right now.
Hello, I'm Derek Garcia. I'm committed to University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and I'm moving out there on Sunday.
Hi, my name's Jack Cunningham. I'm committed to Western Colorado, and I'll be leaving in late July.
Sorry. So I just wanted to say, Coach, you are not just an incredible football coach. You really build up wonderful human beings, and I know that's a big part of what you do in your work, and it's something I've long admired in you, that you really take seriously that responsibility as a mentor and as a leader in our community for these young men who you spend so much time with. So thank you for that investment that you make, because we all benefit from the types of human beings you help us create in our students. And I know your colleagues also admire that about you. So thank you for what you give to these gentlemen. And I hope you continue to stay active and be healthy and use the tools that he's given you to build a solid life for yourself, because at the end of the day, that's what sport's all about.
Ditto, ditto, ditto. But I just want to tell you an anecdote, because I know you guys hear the accolades, right? You see the articles, you hear the interviews, you're here this evening. But I don't know if you're aware of the thousands and thousands of little micro conversations that have been going on for the last several months while the entire community watched how you guys just killed it. I mean, little things like I was in line at Vaughn's, next to Buena, no less. And somebody said, like, oh, yeah, did you watch the game last night? And I was like, I was at the game last night. And they were like, wasn't it amazing? And then the other cashier was like, my nephew's on that team. And I mean, like, the whole place was just on fire. You've lit the entire town on fire. And I just hope you realize it's truly inspiring, and we're really grateful for the excitement you've brought to the community. We're really, really proud of you, and I'm excited to see what you guys will all do next year.
Thank you.
Like Calvin, I also played a little bit of ball. I mean, I wasn't as good as Calvin. But
like Calvin, or you just play ball?
Just playing ball. I'm gonna tell you where I played football, but you promise God you can't boo, okay? San Marcos High School, Santa Barbara. Yeah, see, I do. But I'm going to tell you that because yeah. I got to tell you, though, because every time we went down to Ventura, we groaned. We're like, oh, God, we're playing Ventura. We're going to get our butts kicked. So, but that was 25 years ago, okay? But that's a testament to the program that was built. So thank you, guys. Thank you, coaches, for continuing that years of success and excellence with the team. And boys, you know, you're going to be going off in life. Everything from now on, you're going to be attacking your job, college, whatever it is, just like you do in a game, right? This is the skills you learned right here from your coaches, how you're going to go about life. And I just want to say, too, you are the envy of thousands upon millions of students, former athletes. You went to a level that we would give her right arm for. So congratulations. You guys did an amazing, amazing job.
And Coach, I just wanted to confirm, are there any other student comments that you wanted to have made? We're good?
Anybody want to speak?
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, but like many of the people who watched alongside, there were key moments in your playoff run where that belief system was really relevant. You know, there were key moments in certain quarters with certain plays where your coaching staff put you in a position to be successful, and you made the most of it every single time. And that belief system that I think a few of our trustees have touched on, to me, not as a great athlete in high school and college, but just as an athlete, that belief system and the people around you, that you're prepared, that you're focused, and that you're capable of doing something that you couldn't do on your own was remarkable. So I just wanted to say thank you for everything that you've given one another, but then also the community at large. So thank you for everything that you've done.
Good. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
We can show on the larger screens, not on the smaller screens, and that is going to have to be for today, and we'll get the part ordered to replace what's currently happening in the background.
Okay. While we're transitioning, can you... Oh, wait. While we're transitioning, can you display the gratitude awards? Yes. Okay. Okay. These gratitude awards are for the month of December. You're welcome to see the names that are scrolling across the screen. We select just a few to call special attention to. And so the first one is Andrew Diacognito, teacher at Lemon Grove. Mr. D is noted as always going above and beyond to support their children's education and academic needs. There was a parent that was dealing with a lot when the student was in his class. The student was experiencing anxiety, some grieving, and some loss. Mr. D helped that student feel safe and welcoming in the class, always kept the parent in the loop whenever the student was starting to falter. The communication helped the family to ensure that the student maintained good academic performance, and I'm also assuming being social-emotionally well, and this family was so grateful for Mr. D. The next individual we'll call attention to is Catherine Pike, a teacher at Anacapa. Ms. Pike's positivity and kindness is noted as being infectious at Anacapa Middle School. Whenever people see her in the halls, she never misses an opportunity to call students by name and to show that she cares genuinely about the young people that they are and that they're becoming. Ms. Pike's nurturing and supportive demeanor affects all the students that she comes across. Her impact spreads far outside of the classroom, and Anacapa says that they are lucky to have her. Yes, great. Yeah, absolutely. And our last for individual recognition tonight is Miriam Conejo, Paraeducator 2 at Sunset. Ms. Conejo is the epitome of the above and beyond person. Regardless of what is asked of her, she's always willing to help the students and parents, as well as the staff at Sunset School. Her role brings her in contact with many families who simply need a person to help them understand the many aspects of having a child in public schools. As many of us know, this can be daunting for parents, and yet Miriam helps them find their way such that they feel welcome and supported. Sunset notes that they are fortunate to have such an exemplary employee at their school. So again, if you would join me in celebrating them. Thank you very much. Okay, President Forsyth, so we'll move on to the student board reports.
Good evening, Happy New Year. Here are a few of the updates from Winna High School for the month of December. To start, we had our annual Not So Silent Night concert on the 12th with features from our choir, strings, jazz band, and wind ensemble. The choir sang a lot of original songs that they wrote and produced for our Not So Silent Night Volume 9 album, which is now available for stream on all platforms. It was a great community event. We had hundreds in attendance, families, peers, friends that just wanted to support, and it was a great way to kick off the holiday season. And adding on to our musical success, our marching band placed 11th out of 30 schools in the SoCal Band Championships on the 22nd. And a lot of these students have different talents in their instruments, so some were able to perform in the choir, in strings and jazz band, and got to showcase a lot of their talents beyond marching band. So it was really cool to see them have this success on the 22nd and then later perform for us at the Not So Silent Night concert. So big shout out to our Buena Music Association. And then for more student achievement, we had our on-the-spot admissions for CSU Channel Islands. We had admission officers come to our college and career center, speak with some students, and have them sign off on their acceptance. A lot of these students were from AVID, so for some it was their very first acceptance, a lot of first-gen students, so really exciting for the handful. And then we had our annual wellness fair hosted by the Wellness Peers and our Buena Wellness Center. There were 8+ tables with a lot of organizations promoting suicide awareness, healthy eating habits, and just handing out a lot of mental health resources. The therapy dog was a big hit, and a lot of students got to go around, learn a lot of new things, and get free blenders at the end. We hosted 2 Spirit Weeks in December, one by AVID and one by ASB. Our AVID one was aimed to uplift the seniors in the final weeks of applications. A lot of the days, such as Wear Neon to showcase our bright futures, was just one of the examples in uplifting our seniors and just pushing a lot of us through the last challenges of our applications before break. Similarly, we had one hosted by ASB just to get students into the holiday spirit and just motivate a lot of us for finals. And then we had our family science night on the 10th, I believe that says. And we had a lot of cool experiments happening, as you can see. Lots of families showed up. We had a lot of students that were interested in our science league at Buena and were able to join. So a really cool night to showcase a lot of the great work that they're doing and to have a lot of our younger community members as well come and check out the cool stuff that we do. And then a really fun tradition that we have at Buena, our holiday caroling with our language classes. Weeks before our performances, we have our classes prep a song. They all practice, and then leading up to winter break, they go around and perform for the classrooms, singing in French, Spanish, or German, which is really cool. It was a highlight for me when I was in Spanish, just to be able to get out of my comfort zone and perform for my fellow classmates. So that's a really fun thing we get to do. And then in light of our registration next week, we had our electives fair, where we had journalism classes, art, choir, AVID, have their tables out there, have information for students. Along with those electives, we had AP classes, such as AP Stats, AP Bio, a lot of them just promoting their electives and offering a really big opportunity for students to take more challenging classes, which I thought was really important because we get to offer a lot of our fun, more easy electives, but it's important that students get challenged and know that they can take on AP classes. So that was really great to see the variety there. And finally, we had our AVID Alumni College panel. We had more than 15 AVID alumni come and answer questions about their college experiences. They came from different backgrounds. There were some who just graduated from Buena, some who are in grad school, and some who just earned their bachelor's. So it was great to get a lot of those questions answered and to provide a lot of feedback for our first-gen students. Coming up, we have our girls' rivalry basketball game on Thursday and then our boys' game on Friday. So this is our big Ventura week for basketball. We have our incoming freshman welcome night on the 21st and our annual talent show coming up on the 4th. That is all I have for you. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Abby Sargent, and I'm happy to share with you what's been happening at Pacific High School. This first semester of school, our Period 3 ASB class has been very busy. Our Period 3 ASB works with Ventura's Rotary Club, and they collaborate with us to do a lot of projects. A big project we did that we're hoping to make a tradition at Pacific High School was going to the food share event that's hosted at the Figueroa Plaza downtown, where you get to build with food cans a Christmas tree. So we were able to build a tree with staff, Rotarians, and students, a tree that reflected what Pacific is, our pride, and to show that students love it here at Pacific and the Rotary Club. It was an amazing experience. Then we had, before Christmas, the Rotary Club hosts a lunch where students from Period 3 ASB get to meet with Rotarians, eat with them, talk with them. It's an amazing experience getting to talk with the people who care as much about your school as you do. It's really unique, honestly. And students from Pacific then get to share their stories on why they came to Pacific, what they got to do with the help of Rotary Club, and it was just amazing. Then Food Share hosts an award ceremony for the people that participated in the Can of Tree event, and our hard work paid off. Pacific won CEO's Choice Award for our tree, so that was very exciting. Very happy to have that trophy. It's a tradition at Pacific High School. I don't have many pictures, but it's a tradition at Pacific High School. It's been for a long time for the Thanksgiving All Games Feast, where students share a meal, they play games that are festive themed, and it's the day before Thanksgiving break. And also classrooms, homerooms get to build a centerpiece, and from the games and the centerpiece, there are points given out. And this year, homeroom 16 won, and this is an example of a centerpiece at a classroom build. It's not room 16's, but. Then our art classes this past semester have been working on building an art piece to display in our school, focusing on, an example is this art piece, where students thought about what represented Pacific High School, and they thought sharks in the beach, and they chose to represent our mission and vision statements, as you can see on the painting. Another class made an amazing, beautiful artwork, and they're now going to be permanently displayed in our auditorium. Then lastly, for our Renaissance Q1 field trip, we went to the Reagan Library. It was awesome. As you can see, there's the Berlin Wall and then a statue of Ronald Reagan. We got a lot of amazing feedback on this field trip from students. They got to learn more about their history, about a president that's, I think, pretty well liked. I don't know. But he has an awesome library. And it was great. A lot of students liked it. I got to talk to a lot of my peers that I wouldn't on the normal day-to-day. So it was really great. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Stella Duque. I'm Ventura High School's representative. Good evening, everyone. I'm really happy to be here tonight. First off, I wanted to start by recognizing football and applauding you guys. It's truly amazing what you guys did. You guys made history, and you also really raised morale and school spirit surrounding sports. I really applaud all of the coaches and all of the players. I know how much effort it took. We're really proud of you guys. Moving on, we had a Winter Spirit Week with cozy themes as kind of a last hurrah before winter break. We chose accessible themes that people normally had in their closet because we knew that there were finals and it was generally pretty stressful. We had our food fair in early December. The turnout was really great. We had a closed campus and an extended lunch, which means we have an extra 10 minutes. It really aided in reaching out and connecting with more students and engaging with them better. So far this year, our closed campuses have been really helpful in spreading information to everybody and also being able to connect. We also had an elective fair, which is an event that helps elective classes show students what they can do in those classes, and it also really shows them how accessible those classes are and that they can just join and try it out. And as registration is coming up, it's really helpful to see what the options are. There were a good amount of students there, and a lot of them were stopping, asking questions, and getting flyers. It was really cool to see different people stop and get flyers. Our counselors hosted an event called Cocoa with Counselors, where they handed out hot chocolate to passing students during our nutrition break. I got one myself, and to me and to others, it was really nice to see familiar, friendly faces through our counselors and also get a treat during the really stressful time. I also wanted to give a shout out to our culinary program and students. We had a cookie competition where we got judged by returning and current faculty and had first through third places. We also hosted our own pop-up restaurants where we focused on creating various dishes from a specific cuisine. I say we because I'm also in the culinary program. It really is such an awesome experience to be able to go to a class and cook and bake. I really wanted to shout out both our culinary teacher, Chef Hernandez, and our extracurricular programs at VHS that give people this opportunity to take this class. It is a way for students to learn basic cooking skills and connect with the food in an engaging way. Renaissance hosted a Student of the Quarter pizza party. They recognized students that showed exemplary behavior and really reflected the culture and climate we strive for at VHS. I have a lot of appreciation and excitement for our Renaissance class this year. They are really improving the general spirit and excitement around campus. We also had 3 students, Brennan Fisher, Kaden McAllister, and Noah Henson, graduate from the fall pre-engineering program through the Naval Surface Warfare Center at Port Hueneme. It is amazing that our students are able to participate in these kind of courses and programs, and it really shows how VHS is such a way to connect with these kinds of programs and really connect with your passion. For upcoming events, girls basketball has their Buena game on Thursday and boys have their game on Friday. Soccer also has their Buena game on Friday. Basketball also has a game today. I think it might be over by now. And soccer has a game tomorrow. On the topic of basketball, I also wanted to acknowledge girls basketball player Kylie Staniland. She broke the record for all-time leading scorer at 1,837 points. Truly incredible, super proud of her. I'm looking forward to see what she has to do in the future. ASB has their Senior Ball and Rally coming up on January 31st and 30th. We also have Spirit Days for the week leading up to Senior Ball, and I'm really looking forward to the spring semester. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much.
Alrighty, thank you, student board members. We do not have any correspondence unless the board has any correspondence. Moving on to public comment.
Thank you so much. We're just going to read our civility statement. You'll have 3 minutes this evening, and I will give you a 30-second warning when time is up. But before we begin, we would like to remind everyone that the governing board recognizes the impact that civility has in the effective operation of the district, including its role in creating a safe and positive school climate. The board believes that everyone should be treated with dignity and respect in their interactions within the school community. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board also expects that all speech, expression, and action will follow the norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, at activities, meetings, and events, and in the use of district electronic social media platforms. Please remember that this meeting is streaming live. We do have students who attend and watch our meetings, so please keep language as respectful as possible. Please also note that the microphone at the podium is calibrated and there's no need to touch it. Just go ahead and speak right on in. Our first public speaker will be Amy Brooks, followed by Catherine Pike, one of our award nominees this evening for Gratitude Awards, and Evelyn Watley.
Good evening, board and community. My name is Amy Brooks, and I am a proud VUSD parent and a proud ESP. For those of you who may not be as great with all these acronyms, stands for Educational Support Professional. I have been at VHS supporting the program for students with visual impairments for over 2 years. I work one-on-one with a wonderful student who, like every student, deserves to have access to materials and education. Every student deserves an equitable, holistic educational experience at VUSD. Our team includes an itinerant teacher for the visually impaired, a brailleist, an orientation and mobility specialist, a wonderful classified special education teaching team who are helpful, supportive, and inclusive of all students while building community, connection, and advocacy. I want you to know how we make students' learning a priority as an ESP. But while you show up at the office, we show up in classrooms. I want you to know how we prioritize student safety. But while you are in meetings, we meet the students right where they're at. I want you to know how we prioritize the students' opportunities. But while you are concerned about the overall budget, we are budgeting time every day directly with the students. Learning happens with teamwork, and ESPs are always there. Learning happens when there are available opportunities, and ESPs are always there. When thinking and working on an unforeseen but necessary budget cuts for this upcoming year, I'm asking for you carefully to consider those who are working closest with students daily and how these cuts will affect every single one of our VUSD sites and our families within VUSD. I hope there are considerations for making cuts from the top down instead of the other way around. Reprioritize. Students are counting on us. Thank you.
Next up is Catherine Pike, followed by Evelyn Watley, followed by Kevin Downey.
Good evening, esteemed members of the board. I wanted to speak tonight as someone who is truly thankful to have health insurance through my workplace. It is a part of my life that, since being employed as a full-time educator, I know that I am so fortunate to have. The United Nations notes that healthcare is a universal human right, but regrettably, that is not so in our nation. So my gratitude to this district is truly immense. I first lost my health insurance as a child. When my father died, it became far too expensive for my newly single-parent household to continue to pay those great premiums, which had gone up, of course, after his cancer treatments. I would go on to be without consistent access to health insurance for most of my life after that, until I had the privilege of being hired here with all of you. And this has been such a boon to me. It has changed my life in ways that I can't even begin to quantify. My health care for mental and physical health used to cost as much as my rent. But I am so grateful to this district for providing a robust health insurance package and healthcare plan through this workplace, because it has given me the ability to only work one job. It has literally changed my life. As the only person on my health insurance plan at present, I can only imagine what this means to our amazing Ventura USD colleagues who have families and what they gain from this necessary and truly excellent part of our employment. It has been such an incredible help to me through maintaining consistency in providers to actually being able to afford health care, or should I not have it, not afford it entirely because of the outrageous cost. Unexpected and serious healthcare screenings happen, and I have had 2 since my employment with you. Those would have been totally out of reach for me a decade ago. And if I am being frank, that uncertainty would have been far too much to bear while working 3 jobs, one of which was being a substitute teacher with all of you here. That said, I want to thank you all so much for continuing to provide and to maintain that very robust and truly appreciated employee healthcare package, and to, of course, encourage you to continue this great work here so that our employees and counterparts here at Ventura USD can continue not just to survive, but to really thrive for our students and our community. Thank you so much.
Evelyn Watley, followed by Kevin Downey, followed by Nathan Donnelly.
Hello, my name is Evelyn Watley, and I'm a 10th grade student at Fahotech High School. I'm also currently a fellow in the California Youth Climate Policy Leadership Program. Over the last 6 months, I have learned with other student leaders around the state about climate policy implementation in school districts. Based on these best practices, I decided to survey my school community on their interest in climate policy being pursued in VUSD. The survey was sent out to all students in the school and received 100 responses in November and December of 2025. I want to share a few highlights. 74% of students placed importance of climate policy, defined as board policies concerning the environment and climate change, to the district's future as very important or important, a 4 or 5 out of 5. While only 9% responded that they felt the district was doing a lot to counter climate change, a 4 or 5 out of 5. When asked about how much climate education is available within VUSD, only 7% responded a lot. It is also notable that many of the write-in responses stated they were unaware of existing policies related to climate change. With these results, I urge the board to reinstate the Green Schools Committee, to show the prioritization of climate issues in the district, and to begin moving toward actionable solutions. I will email you the full results of the survey and can then answer any questions you have. Thank you for your time.
Next up, Kevin Downey, followed by Nathan Donnelly, followed by Alyssa Baez.
All right, good evening, Dr. Castro, Executive Cabinet, Board Trustees, and the entire Ventura community. My name is Kevin Downey, and among other things, I am the choir director and vocal coach for the musicals at Buena High School. I wanted to speak to the board and the community tonight about the amazing accomplishments of our choir students this past semester. Our 30 choir students have utilized our school's recording studio to release volume 9, if you can believe it, of our annual Not So Silent Night winter-themed album, filled with solos, duets, small ensemble pieces, in addition to choir songs. Students have worked hard to learn, rehearse, record, revise, and publish their voices so that their artistry can be heard anywhere in the world with an internet connection. Just search the Buena High School Choir. Over the past month, this year's album has been streamed almost 20,000 times on Spotify, Pandora, YouTube, Apple Music, Amazon Music, from Guatemala to Ghana, Spain to Singapore, and Turkey to Thailand. If you count all 9 of our albums, our students' music has been streamed at least 136,801 times as of a few hours ago, and which I think is pretty impressive for our little choir class. With this project, we preserve student voices, chronicle their artistry for the future, and we expose them to what it's like to go through the recording process in addition to performing live. Our current and future students are depending on you to help keep vocal music alive by supporting our district's middle school and high school choirs. Choir is important because it offers profound physical, mental, and social benefits, fostering community, boosting mood, improving brain function, and building confidence through shared musical expression, creating strong bonds and a sense of belonging that combats modern isolation, while developing discipline and teamwork skills, making it a powerful tool for personal growth and communal well-being. I want to give a huge thanks to our invaluable librarian, Joel Levin, who, in addition to all of his numerous duties, without any librarian technicians to help him anymore, by the way, has gone above and beyond to help us behind the scenes to make this album possible. We cannot do this project without him. So I ask that as you consider cuts in the next few months, please keep in mind the importance of our librarians and our arts teachers, who provide such meaningful experiences for the students that are here right now. They deserve a world-class education, and we cannot do that without effective electives and librarians. This year, our choir students also attended workshops at CSUCI and CLU. We're bringing choral professors to work with our choir students on March 6th, and we'll showcase all of their amazing talent and hard work for our students at the end of the year at our Vocal and Jazz Showcase on May 22nd. Before I go, next week, we're having auditions for our spring musical, Frozen, which is very exciting. So encourage your kids to audition and make sure you don't miss out on the amazing talent we have here at Buena. We open on April 16th and close on April 25th with evening shows on Thursday and Friday and a matinee on Saturday. Thank you very much for your time, and Happy New Year, everyone.
Nathan Donnelly and Alyssa Baez.
Every year, the district's budget is balanced on the backs of our unpaid labor. The tasks get done because the staff go above and beyond. The budget expects those tasks to get done within an allotted time, but the tasks always go longer. The staff could walk away, but choose to complete the task knowing that they will not get paid for that additional work. Make no mistake, the staff across the entire district is hurting. Our classrooms are stuffed to the brim. Our sinks are clogged. Our copy machines are broken. And we are unable to provide the education the students deserve because we are worked to the bone. We are facing further layoffs and pay cuts, despite the community saying clearly in their survey that the staff and teachers are doing an incredible job with no resources. Every decision is made with the district's leadership's guidance. District leadership could not be more disconnected from the classroom. When there is a current state of affairs report given, it is given by district leadership. How's the Aries rollout? Great. How's co-teaching rollout? Great. Teachers are struggling. Office support staff is buried. People are taking on the responsibilities of 2 and 3 FTEs. You must get more input, real input from the teachers, the warts, the challenges, the frustrations, and you must listen. The district sets the meeting agenda. The district does not have a time limit. The district shows their charts. The district highlights the FTEs of classified staff and strikes the management's FTEs from the report. That is a red flag. They don't have a clue what it's like in the classroom. The staff gets 2, I guess 3 minutes this week, and an eye roll because we are complaining again. We are not bargaining with a district that has a moral compass. Last year, they pink slipped a teacher who was on bereavement because their child died. We are asked to relate to the district leadership because they faced medical debt while they actively placed their staff into medical debt. If you continue to make decisions based on what the district says, you will continue to make uninformed decisions, uninformed choices that continue to harm students and continue to decrease enrollment.
30 seconds.
You must solicit input from the teachers and staff intentionally.
The last speaker is Alyssa. Is Alyssa here? Then that's it for public comment. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you so much. Thank you, public, for commenting. We do appreciate that, and also our board, student board members. You guys are free to go, or you can stay. It's up to you. But I know y'all have homework. You better. Thank you. Thank you. Oh yeah. Alrighty, so we're going to go ahead and move on to education services.
Okay, thank you, President Forsyth. The action being requested is the expulsion readmit request. And before I hand it over back to you, Anthony, if you could frame this for the board about what an action, how they would take action. Thank you.
Yes, so the board has before it an option to either move that the board deny the readmission request for student number 2502, or to approve the readmission request. So when you make your motion, just use the appropriate wording, either to deny or approve.
I'll move that we deny the readmission request.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsyth?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, we're going to move on to B1, business services, request for approve of contracts exceeding $25,000. Dr. Castro.
Thank you, President Forsyth. This month's list has one entry, Center for Teaching for Biliteracy, and staff is available for any questions if you have any.
Okay, questions?
I did have a question. It seemed like this is a LCAP expenditure, and I was curious that it was only involved one of our 3 TWI schools. So I was curious if the other schools just didn't want to participate or weren't invited.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, the funding source is listed as a literacy reading specialist grants. Dr. Bellis, do you want to share some information on that one, about how it's unique?
Yeah, that grant was submitted and designed for specifically schools that were really struggling per the dashboard and with specific multilingual learner emphasis. And so it is exclusive to those schools.
Alrighty, further questions? I'll take a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsyth?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, so we're going to move on to the award contract for the Balboa Field renovation.
Okay, and Ryan is making his way to the microphone. Looks like we're still struggling to display on our local screens or in front of us. Right. So
My first question for you, Ryan, is where will all the Gophers go if we renovate all of them? Because there's a sizable population of Gophers that enjoy making their home there.
That is, so we will be installing an anti-gopher system, at least at half of this field. And where they're going, wherever they choose to go.
I'm so sorry. Before we begin, can we move the monitor just a little bit up on this side? Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so we bring this project to you for approval for Balboa Field renovation in the area located in the blue on the screen. The purpose of this is just to provide a better field for the students to play on. The project consists of a new irrigation pump, new irrigation controller, new irrigation, regrading, as well as hydro seed which will be established for new sod. That's really about it.
And Ryan, if you could, while we're trying, we're limited in terms of our visual
Yeah.
today. No, it's okay. We're making the best that we can.
As long as I see it, I think I'm okay. Then we could, yeah.
Okay. If you can share some of the utilizations, why Balboa, and who's going to be using that field?
Sure. As we are doing the construction at Buena High School for the stadium surfacing project, we were coordinating with Ryan Bolland and Derek Rusk, the site management over there, and we need to relocate student athletes during the summer for them to practice on. So we already have this project in the queue. We just elevated it higher. So during the summer, while we're under construction, those student athletes can utilize this space for practice.
Ryan, this says phase 1. What is phase 2, and what's the anticipated cost of phase 2?
Phase 2 would be essentially the same. We're exploring ideas to install a turf field. But right now, Balboa, as you guys know, is such a big space. It's a lot of space to take away from kids during the school year. So we didn't want to take away all that green space for PE and other sports activities during that time.
And the other part of phase 2, the reason that we're not spending time on it today, is given the school closure process.
Yes.
Any per the board's suggestions and direction, any potential projects that can be delayed until after that would be. And phase 2 is one of our early identified projects that could be delayed until after the board takes action.
And for the bid process, this is what we consider a specialty contract. So we only opened the bids to C27 landscaping contractors. We did receive questions from licenses from contractors with the A or B license, but I wouldn't hire a cabinet maker to do my landscaping. So we opened it up to landscapers only. So that's why we only have one bid. And it was right in line with our project estimate.
Alrighty, any other questions? Okay, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion then.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson? Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Alrighty, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we did a slight change to the agenda for those who are moving stuff out of order. So we're going to go ahead and move to 15C1. So if you could turn your pages to 15C1.
That's the Personnel Commission Annual Report.
Thank you.
We trapped her. Good evening, Superintendent, Board, Executive Cabinet, and public. Hi. I'm Ann Campbell, and I'm the board's representative. Should I do something here? No? Oh, you'll know. You'll know. I have faith. So this is our annual report from the Personnel Commission, our year in review. Not as fun as the New Year's Eve shows, but here we are, right? Okay, so our promise, this is a district page here. It's the same for, I would guess, everything. I'm going to just highlight a few statements on every page so we're not reading. I like the last paragraph under our promise. Our passion is to help the children in our schools find their passion, academically and personally, believing that each and every student has a brilliant future ahead of them. Isn't that the truth? I mean, we just saw this fabulous football team. I mean, I taught at Ventura High for 15 years, so I was excited. And here we go. We try to meet the needs of every student in a variety of ways. Our pillars, our young people. The focus should always be on the students, the young people, are the future of our community and our world. It's incumbent on all of us to become deeply involved in their success so each student has the freedom, support, and resources they need to find their future. And a big part of that is our classified staff. We couldn't run a school without them, as we know. So it talks here, our vision and mission. In the Ventura Unified School District, all students will receive an exemplary and balanced education, fostering a lifelong passion for learning and engagement. Under mission, Ventura Unified School District will educate all students in safe, healthy, and high-performing schools. And I picked just the first principle. Every student can learn. Every student can learn, as we know. We just have to figure out how they learn the best and help them with that. So we are a merit system school district. Not all districts are merit system, but ours is. And the merit system, in the middle here, it says the fundamental purpose of the merit system and the Personnel Commission is to ensure that classified employees are selected, promoted, and retained without favoritism or prejudice and solely on the basis of merit and fitness. That's basically, in a nutshell, what the merit system does. Personnel Commission is an independent body composed of 3 persons appointed for 3-year staggered terms with the term of 1 member expiring each year. The Personnel Commission regularly meets on the 3rd Wednesday of each month right here in this room. So the next page is our commissioners. John Walker, as many of you probably know, John was on the school board for 29 years, a wealth of knowledge. Every time I have to lead a meeting, I always look to John. Am I doing this right? What do I say? Because he's my mentor there. Oh, I'm second? Oh, vice chair. Okay. In the book, I'm third. It got me confused. I was a Ventura Unified employee for 21 years. I started out at Ventura Adult Ed, went to Ventura High, De Anza, Buena, and now I'm happy to say I'm on the Personnel Commission and still involved with the school district. All my children graduated from Ventura Unified District as well. And Kathy Stallings, the VESPA appointee. Kathy is awesome because she's had so many jobs as classified person in different departments, and she knows all about the different positions, and it's really helpful with her. And she's a detailed person. Like, she'll read every little word, and she knows what we can do and what we can't. So she's good. She keeps us in line. So here's a list of classified employees. We have 998 regular employees, 326 substitutes, 23 management, and 9 confidential. It's a lot of people to manage, and they all have such different situations, part-time, full-time, all over the place. Professional growth and incentives. I really like the fact that we try to encourage everybody to do more for themselves and to better themselves. The Personnel Commission, in partnership with the Board of Education, VESPA, and the District Administration, have an interest in attracting and retaining employees with professional growth and education incentive opportunities. It shows here the incentives for them if they have an associate's degree, bachelor's degree, and so on. I like this bottom one too. It says 13 classified people made the transition from classified to certificated. So that's really great because they can see both sides then, and I started out as classified actually as well. Now it talks about recruitment and selection. We had, look at this, almost 7,000 applications were received and 243 recruitments, 439 written exams, 271 performance exams, 443 interviews. That's a lot of people. And they all want to work for us, which is nice. Transaction summary. This lists all the new hires. I'm not going to read all these numbers, but all the new hires who were promoted, appointed, limited term, change of status, all of that. We look at all of these at every meeting. Recruitment events, that was a big highlight for this past year because we kept asking, what are you doing to recruit new people? How are you doing it? Where are you going? So this is listed here. And I think they were opening up their ideas of how to go into the community and reach more people and tell them, hey, you can work for us. There's a lot of different jobs that maybe people don't think of that we have for them. So that was good, and hopefully that'll continue under our new director right here, Marina. Longevity increases. This tells they get a percentage increase after so many years of service, 4, 9, 14, 19, 24, and 29. And this tells how many for each of those. So the last, oh, did I skip a page? I did. Oh, there it is. Okay, 15 retirees last year. I have to look at the, 15 of them retired last year. And the next page, to celebrate how many people have worked for how many years. Look at all those 25-year people. This is the one that gets me. Vicki Stifler at VASE, 40 years. When I taught at VASE, she was there, and she's still there. I go in the office, Vicki, you're still here. She loves it there, though, and they love her. And here's the team. It lists all the people that make the classified department run, and they really do a great job. And Andrea was our director. Now we have new Marina, and I'm looking forward to working with her.
Thank you.
So thank you all for giving me the opportunity to be a representative on the board.
Can I chime in really quickly?
Please do.
I just wanted to bring the board's attention to the 6,900 applications. Just for perspective, Caneo Valley has probably about 3,000, Simi Valley about 2,400 applications, so Ventura is attracting nearly 3 times as much. And I think that's a reflection, if I dare to say, of how attractive of an employer it is, both for this community and the surrounding cities. And so I'm excited to join the team that is supporting this volume of work and is an employer of choice in this community. So thank you. I'm glad to be here, and we look forward to supporting the district in the next year.
Good job. Thank you.
Okay, board comments or questions?
So I had a couple of questions. First, Anne, thank you for representing us on the Personnel Commission. You always write us really detailed reports on your meetings, and I feel like we have a better understanding of the work that the Personnel Commission does as a result of your communication, so thank you for being that person.
Thank you.
But I did have some questions, because so 439 written exams and 271 performance exams, like, I was never a classified employee. Can you kind of explain what those types of assessments are and how that would be used as a tool to help someone advance professionally?
So I probably will take this one, and while I'm not familiar with the content of the examinations here, just in terms of in the field. Yeah, written exams would usually be paper and pencil, multiple choice. Performance exams could be activity, doing stuff on the Excel spreadsheet, more of like in-basket simulation of the work. For custodian staff, it could be actually like a true simulation of the work that they would do. As I said, while I'm not familiar exactly what constitutes a performance exam here in Ventura, generally that would be the difference between written and performance.
Shannon and I were just actually talking. We were both classified starting off in education, and we moved up to certified. And I really love that this district really encourages that. It is huge. It is huge for us, because we're always, we're like, oh, this is what we love. This is amazing. Love to teach kids and work with kids. I want to be a teacher. So the fact that you have that conduit is just, it's really supportive, and I really appreciate that. Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Okay, we're going to move on to, again, we altered the agenda, so we got 15A1, correct?
Yes. Thank you, President Forsyth. And if, Mr. Marin, if you could make your way to the microphone. And as David Marin is making his way to the microphone, actually last school year, but then again a couple of months ago, the board had indicated an interest to better educate themselves and the community about some of the demographic shifts that are taking place, not just in Ventura, but across the county. And the timing of that request couldn't have been better because David Marin, along with the Ventura County Civic Alliance, was in the process of creating the 2025 version of the State of the Region report. So with that, I'll welcome David Marin and turn the comments over to you. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much, Superintendent, Board President, Board, members of the community and staff. I'm David Marin with the Ventura County Civic Alliance. So that I understand your screens. You're not able to see the PowerPoint. You'll just see it up there. Okay, so if you have the reports with you, I can also tell you the page numbers that I'm talking about as we go along in case that helps. Right. My assistant, I'm sorry, Dr. Castro's assistant, Amy, is going to, we have plenty of extras. So while we're waiting, we do this report every 2 years, and we cannot go out and share this with the community without the generosity of our major sponsors. A few of those are Ventura County Community Foundation, the community colleges of Ventura County, California Resources, the County of Ventura, Channel Islands University, Limoneira, the Port of Hueneme, and the Office of Education. We publish this report every 2 years. This is our 9th one overall. We distribute it all over the county. All of our sources are listed in the back, so if anybody's interested in doing a deeper dive into some of the data, much of our data comes from the U.S. Census, the American Community Survey. Some comes from the state of California. Certainly, DataQuest is used quite a bit in the education area. So for the audience, if anyone's interested, you can download this report. Just go to civicalliance.org. You can read it there or download it. And we're a regional nonprofit. We're a neutral, unbiased group that focuses on sustaining our quality of life. So I'm going to cover some of the highlights from the report, then get to education at the very end. Agriculture, just as a point of reference, strawberries remains our top crop in Ventura County, over $700 million. Agriculture is over $2 billion, representing about 3.3% of our economy. The important thing to understand with agriculture, although you have a lot of it here in Oxnard Plain, agriculture really hasn't grown over the years. We're still at about the same 2 billion, a little bit more or less. So 5, 6 years ago, it might have been 5% of our economy, but it's now around 3.3%. They face struggles, water, labor, all of the ones you know about. But we ship our strawberries and other foods around the world. Community engagement, we have a lot of information in here, political information, affiliations. There's a great deal of information on nonprofits. We have over 10,000 people that work in the nonprofit sector in Ventura County. This is a slide that we've added this year, the creative economy. Since you're thinking about where your students will end up going into the workforce, understanding that we have a fair amount of creative economy options for them, whether that's the visual and performing arts, architecture, entertainment. And at the bottom, we list the average salaries for those that are W-2 employees versus those that are self-employed. And you can see mostly those people that have a permanent job, W-2, are doing better. I also like to point out, by the way, that in this report, you don't have to read it start to end. You can jump around in particular sections if you're interested, go back and reference it. I'm forever told, people tell me they have it on the desk next to their main desk, and they're looking at it all year round. So on the economy, we'll talk about a few highlights. This is a report I know probably nobody can read it, including you, but because of the distance. But the key thing to take away is that in Ventura County, we have transitioned from a manufacturing, goods-producing economy to a service-providing economy. We don't have that many jobs left in construction and manufacturing. We're sort of staying about even. Where we've grown is in these service industries, and that's very similar to the state in general. These are generally higher paying jobs in some areas like financial services or IT, but also incorporates lower paying jobs like hospitality. Unfortunately, the growth, the number of new jobs has been in more of those lower paying jobs, but education has grown quite a bit. 55,000 employees in Ventura County working in the education sector, average salary around $56,000. So when you read this, you have a lot more in your reports, but you can see how that's done. And we point out that in 2007, there was 193 jobs in service providing, and now we're at 218. So that's where the growth's been. Manufacturing, those jobs, they're great jobs, especially for those students that are not looking to go on to a 4-year college experience, but they can get a certificate, or they go work at get some training at Ventura College. This is an interesting slide when you're thinking about the cost of living for your employees in our community. So this contrasts the average salary for different types of jobs with the amount of money that a family or an individual would need to survive. So that first purple line is living wage for just one adult. And these data stats show that that person needs about almost $30 an hour in Ventura County, about $60,000 a year gross. Well, to make $30 an hour, you can't do that if you're working in, let's say, building and grounds maintenance. You have to get to these higher paying jobs. If you're an adult with some children, the high cost of childcare makes it even more expensive. And so depending on where you fit, it's just a way to look that for some people, the only way they can survive, say one adult with 2 children in childcare, they're going to have a job in management or legal. So good information there. Land use. So home ownership, obviously the city council handles housing planning, but for your information, Ventura is a fairly about average within the county as far as the number of percentage who own their home versus rent, about 56%. Actually, maybe a little bit towards the lower end there. So higher home ownership typically turns into safer neighborhoods. People live in those homes, they take care of it, they know their neighbors. But we also need a fair number of renters so that young people can find a place to stay while they go to work and have just a fair amount of housing stock. This chart here shows the median home prices in Ventura County. The average was up to about $975 countywide in June. But the interesting thing is the green line is the inflation-adjusted number. And if you look at the green line back in 2007, it was $693,000, and it's actually gone down. The cost of a home has actually declined in Ventura County when you take out inflation. But of course, we all have to pay in inflation-adjusted dollars, so that doesn't really help. Apartment rents, we've had a lot of growth in apartments in Ventura County. This chart is contrasting. On the blue line is the average rent for a 2-bedroom apartment across the county. We're up to about $2,800. If you see that the green line is the vacancy rate. And when we have a vacancy rate of 2% or 3%, the landlords are in the driver's seat, right? Because they can pick and choose. You have employees who want to get that apartment. They want to look at your social media. They want to look at your credit scores because they can be so choosy. But as we start to add more apartments, of course, the equation changes a bit, and they all have to be a little bit more competitive to try and sell those apartments. Ventura County, beautiful place to live. We have high water quality. Beaches are great. Solar capacity, I put this in here because I know you've added solar across many of your schools. And you can see that Ventura County is now up to about 308 megawatts of capacity. That's not quite as big as one of the generation stations in Oxnard, but we're getting close. And that's just a great story for Ventura County to see that we continue to add more solar capacity. In the public health area, this is one of the important slides to understand is because it affects you so much is the decline in the birth rate. So overall, what this is showing is the number of births per 1,000 residents going back to 1970 through 2022, 23. So in 2023, we had about 8,400 births. That's about 10.2 per 1,000 residents. But if we look back in the 1970s or even 1990, we had 19 births, almost double the number of births per 1,000 residents. So we know this is happening because young people are waiting longer to have children. Young people may decide when they get married to only have 1 or 2 kids rather than the 3 or 4 that many of us may have remember from that time. We know that young people are facing, and I should say childbearing, not necessarily young, but childbearing families facing the high cost of living and the challenges in trying to think, well, can I afford to have 2 kids or 3 kids? And then finally, I mentioned this earlier, childcare. So for children, I think it's 2 to 5, the cost is about $15,000 per year. That's almost like a rent payment. So, and I say it not to say, well, obviously none of us can do anything, because I do think we can do things. I think we as a community can look for ways to figure out how to bring down the cost of childcare. I think organizations, especially large ones like yours and in the private sector, can look at more flexible childcare hours so workers could try and schedule that when one person is home, the husband or the wife, and do some things like that. So it's going to take a team effort, and I think that it'll also come up with school closures, of course, as well, looking at declining enrollment. Good news on the opioid front. So we used to see a high number of fatalities because of fentanyl and other opioids, but that number is declining. A lot of that is due to Narcan. I assume most of you are familiar with that. So that's great. Public safety, Ventura County continues to be the safest of the 16 largest counties in the state. So we do really well there. We have a long history of focusing our resources on public safety. Juvenile felony arrests have started to creep up the last couple of years. You know, this is showing the blue is male and the green is female. So those numbers still, though, were a very safe area. And these are misdemeanors. The previous slide was felonies. Social services, I included a slide here about food share. There's a lot of information on homelessness, but I know your board has probably looked at that many times already. But I find this, the reaction I get to this slide is around the county, people are stunned that Camarillo is giving out 945,000 pounds of food per year. Even Santa Paula, 1.5 million. Even Simi Valley and Thousand Oaks, almost 2 million pounds. And you could think of a pound as almost a meal, right around there. But it was interesting to hear the young lady speaking about the food share in their pantries earlier and how we're all trying to make sure we can do something about that. So that need isn't going away. It's become very difficult for food share because of changes at the federal level and the current administration. But it's important to recognize that a lot of people are food challenged. This is the one on the student homelessness in Ventura County. You can see the growth. I think you're all familiar that it's measured differently than the way the county measures adult homelessness. That's a study for 1 day in time for adults. Students are through the surveys and who's couch surfing and other things 1 day a year, I believe, any day. Homeless children, this is in your report by school districts. I'll move on here. Transportation. So with COVID, we saw that people were now at home, and so the increase in the number of people working from home, and that's in the 2020-2021 timeframe. But since then, we continue to see the trajectory increase as far as the number of people that are still working from home. So it's great that our employers can accommodate that. Obviously, your custodians cannot work from home. I don't know that it's going to keep going up at this rate, though. I think we're seeing employers starting to say, well, 1 day a week at home and 2 days a week in the office or whatever. Okay, so with that, I'd like to move into education and cover some of the categories that are close to you. So this chart is showing on the blue line is the K through 8, and on the bottom is the green line is the grades 9 through 12, the high school years. So Ventura County, we're at about, if you see that vertical bar, that's current time frame. So right about now, we have 122,000 students in our Ventura County public schools, which includes charters. That number is projected to decline in about the next 15 years to only 105,000. Those projections come from the Department of Finance working with the CDE. The fascinating thing, or probably the unfortunate thing about that, is that 104, 105,000 is this about the same number of students we had 50 years ago in 1976. But in 1976, the population of Ventura County was about 420,000, half of what the population is today. So if you were sitting there in 1976 serving on this board and you said, well, if the population's going to double, we need to build a lot more schools because we're going to have twice as many students. And that has not panned out. It's not local to Ventura County. I want to make clear that we're seeing declining enrollment statewide, but Ventura County is a little bit worse. And California used to be better than the nation, but now we've become a little worse on that thing. So all of those challenges, and I think that even when we talk about birth rate, I mean, are there programs to help young families, your employees? Can schools chip in to buy them a stroller? Can we do different things to look at how to just bring that cost down and encourage them that family formation is an important part of what all of us, community members, elected members, private sector. Here is the school enrollment, and I've contrasted it with your district among several others. So at the top is Conejo Valley, Simi Valley, Oxnard Union, and Ventura Unified. The purple line is the school year 2021-22, and then it goes down to the blue line of 2024-25. You can see that Conejo Valley has lost about 10% over those 4 years. Simi Valley has lost some, not quite as much. Oxnard Union High, which we always thought would keep growing because Oxnard Elementary was growing, that has stagnated as well, significantly. And of course, Ventura Unified, you went from 15,300 in 2021 to now 14,370. I'm often asked, well, David, is that because everybody's homeschooling? And the number of homeschoolings, and it's not well reported by CDE, but that number is not particularly large, and it hasn't really grown that much. I did find data on private schools, so I included that. It's not in your report, but it's on the slide here. So this is the private schools for Ventura County, and a private school defined as 6 or more students are enrolled. And you can see that that number went down from 15,260 to 13,700. So in other districts, they always ask, well, isn't it because our kids want to go play in Oak Park or Thousand Oaks? But declining enrollment is not by district. It's happening everywhere, and it's because of the low birth rate. So I did this as a custom slide for you as well. This is on that handout that you should have. A sheet of paper was passed around. But the median age in Ventura County has continued to climb. It's now 39.4. This chart is the population of the city of Buenaventura. You can see 7 years ago, 2017, the population is almost identical to what it is today. We've had no growth. So that's the green bar. We've had no growth in overall population in the city of Ventura. The blue bar down there, the column, is the population of young people under age 18, so 17 and younger. So even though we've flatlined on the total population, the number of people under 18 has gone from 24,400 to just under 22,000. And those are your future students. And I think it's probably a little worse because this is showing the total number, but those 17 and 18-year-olds are sort of aging out of your system. It's the 0 to 5-year-olds that are going to keep bringing that down. So you can see that translates into a median age. Ventura City used to be 38.8, and now it's over 41. So the median age in Ventura City is now higher than the county. And I put this slide in here. I mean, we are seeing a decline in the percentage of English learners, both countywide and statewide. I believe that's good news. I mean, a lot of our growth in population is obviously due to migration. I'm sure you're all familiar with that. As we lose migration, as we see things that are happening around our community, there will also be a decline for that reason as well. But focus there. I don't think anybody, including me, can really read this whole thing, but I just want to touch on test scores because we devoted, I think, 4 or 6 pages to test scores. So we're using the dashboard. Actually, we pull special data files from the CDE. What might be instructive is how you can compare your district against other districts to see the range. We're using the overall test scores for all of the grades, all of the socioeconomic categories, and this is all explained in the actual report. So what schools are better in Ventura or Oxnard or other places? This is the English score for about 7 of the total districts. When you look at the math scores, there is not one school, and I'm sorry, let me back up. It's important to understand that what we're reporting is the percentage of students that met or exceeded the standard. So I'm sure the staff can explain better than I can that there's the 4 categories: did not meet, almost met the standard, or exceeded the standard. What we did is we took the met or exceeded, and we reported on that amount overall. So just to use Oxnard Elementary, the one on the left, Norman Brecky Elementary in Oxnard, not even 60% of them, of their students, met or exceeded the standard for English. And it's worse across the board in math, pretty much every school all throughout the county. In fact, there is not one school in Ventura County that had 100% meet or exceed the math standard. And that includes the rich districts and everywhere else. So that's what's in there. Obviously, you're well versed in all that. And finally, I'd like to talk about the importance of education. I know I share a lot of information here. Thank you all for staying awake. But the value is reported in the earnings that somebody can make. So in this chart, if you can see it, the green is female, the blue is male, and we're starting on the left side. So those young people that graduate high school, a male can look forward to about $46,000 as their income in today's numbers for their career. But if that young person stays in and gets a college degree, it goes from 45 up to 64,000 that they can look forward to. And you multiply that by somebody in the workforce for 30 or 40 years, education pays off. And if they can go on and get a bachelor's degree, they're going to make twice as much as the typical high school graduate over the course of their career. So if somebody is saying, you know, mom, dad, uncle, I don't know if I want to go to school, college sounds great, I love it, but I can't afford it, I don't want to have student loans. Well, if they're a scholar, if they're going to work hard, student loans are worth it because they're going to make twice as much every year for the rest of their lives. And certainly graduate professional degrees even better. So I do like to highlight that education pays off.
I just want to stop you real quick on that slide.
That's a great, I'll go back, but that is my last slide.
I would love to see also the impact of trade schools.
So I looked for that. This data comes from the American Community Survey put out by the U.S. Census. And I went back to see if there was anything on trade schools, and I couldn't find it on that report. So it may be available, though, because lots of other statisticians and researchers pull data, usually within the industry. So there may be something from a trade association. And I include trade and technical schools and those type of things. But I assume we're both talking about people get a certificate and move on. And those are also great jobs. And young people can do very well. And certainly, like, say, radiology technicians, CNAs, even nursing program that takes 2 years over at the colleges, but diesel mechanics. So there's a lot there.
Well, this was a very timely chart in my house because I have a high school senior this year and we're doing all the college stuff. And I'm like, see?
Yes, well, I'm glad.
Even some college or an associate's degree. Look at that. I mean, so it just really demonstrates the power of education.
I agree. So thank you. If you have any questions or comments, I have about 8 or 9 books if anybody wants one in the audience. Happy to hand those out, but I'm glad to take any questions.
Well, thank you for coming. Like, books like this is very interesting, especially for people like us that do a lot of public meetings stuff. Information like this makes us sound real smart about Ventura, and we don't really have to go out and find it. So hey, don't you know Ventura is like 100 miles of bike road, and we have 14% people working from home. So like, I love information like this. So thank you for the presentation. I wish there were more people in our district here to hear it about the birth rates and the mean age going up and the 0 to 5 going down. But I really appreciate the information you gave today. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I too would like to thank you because it's valuable information and everybody in the county ought to be reading it.
Thank you.
David, there's so much here to chew on. Like, we actually got copies. Dr. Castro was at your presentation and brought them back for us. I don't know, was that like a month ago? So I've been flipping through mine whenever I have time, and it's so useful. And I think one of the most important things is it counteracts some of the narratives that are misinformed within the community. I actually just last week I took an Uber, and my my driver said, the population of Ventura is now 170,000. We're just growing gangbusters. And I thought, that's not true. Like, that's not even close to true, right? But people often, their opinions are based on kind of, whatever slice they see and not based on actual data. So I really appreciate the fact that you pull together from so many sources data, and particularly for us, and as we try to make decisions looking towards the future, right? Having real data that we can look to and extrapolate from to try and make the best types of decisions that we can for our district. I had a couple of things that stood out to me, and if you could go back to the felony rates for youth. One of the things that was really disheartening to see is that over the last 15 years, the percentage of female perpetrators has gone up, right? Even though the total number of offenders has gone down, it went from, like a 1 in 6 in 2008 to now it's pretty much 1 in 3 or 1 in 4, right? And then you're seeing that sort of continue to, that percentage of female arrests go up relative to the whole. And then also the persistence of the wage gap between men and women, right? Like, even though apparently girls are gaining ground on felonies, we're not gaining ground on wages. So, I mean, these having this kind of data in front of us, I think is super, super helpful.
And on the wages, it breaks it out by industries. So you can see that, well, working in the nonprofit sector, it's a little more close, but working in the private sector or self-employed, it's a lot harder for women, let's say, to match up. So some great data.
Curious, the work from home percentage, was that folks who work any portion of the week from home, or was that people who work like a majority of their time from home, that 14%? Because it struck me as higher than I would have expected.
So it's the number of people who report working remotely during whatever years. So that's probably not specific enough, but my sense is that it's any days that they would be working, because it would get hard to try and track, well, they worked 4 days versus 5. So I think it's anybody who has the opportunity to work a shift or a day.
Yeah. Well, thank you. This is very, very valuable, and appreciate you coming out tonight.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize. I jumped in earlier. I didn't mean to jump over you guys. I wanted to catch you on that last slide, but yeah, I thought that was just a really valuable representation of, again, not even saying that everybody has to go out and get a doctorate, but even an AA from Ventura City College, which has amazing programs available to pay for education, and there's so many incredible options out there beyond high school, and I just would encourage folks listening to find something. And I had such great success. I lived in Long Beach at the time and went back to college at Long Beach City College and had phenomenal instructors and really got so much confidence behind me at the city college level, allowed me to go on. And I have a master's degree now, and I never would have dreamed it when I went back to school to Long Beach City College all those years ago that I could have achieved this. So you never know where your path will take you, and education helps you find it. So.
And I'd like to point out that even what jobs that we used to think were, well, okay, I'll just graduate high school and I'll get a job in construction, or I'll go work at Haas, manufacturing, how hard can that be? But many of the jobs of today, even in what we might have called lower paying areas, you still need a high level of sophistication. You may be working with a multi-million-dollar CNC machine. You may be working with, how do I do CAD design to architect a particular building? So it's really, a lot of careers now require a higher level of education. And it's not your job, but the ability to have lifelong learning, to understand that, okay, I got that degree, I'm not done. I'm going to still need to brush up on my skills because Windows is going to change, or AI is coming, or robotics, or some of those things. So yes, learning how to learn is very valuable.
I appreciate you brought that excerpt on private schools. I think that was incredibly important that since COVID, the narrative out there is that, oh, we're continuously losing students, but to the private school industry, which is not true.
No.
Maybe that was true for a blip in time, but that is helpful for us to point to data, say, hey, this is not true, here's the actual data. So I really appreciate you adding that. Second point is, my question is growth. As we were looking, and this is what Jerry and Dr. Castro and I had a conversation about as we were touring schools on the east side, where is the growth happening, not only in our town, but in adjacent areas that, we can probably pull some enrollment. And not to say we're fighting anybody, but no, it's for that enrollment. But where in your analysis do you feel like growth in this town is going? Because if we were looking at closing schools like you suggested or discussed, that would help us in our understanding of where those schools should be preserved or what should we do. So I just want to get your idea of growth in the town and also the outlining area, unincorporated area.
Right. Great question. I don't have any data, certainly nothing empirical about where the growth will be in particular areas. But what we do know anecdotally is that some of the older homes where families have lived forever, even though the empty nesters, if you will, the children have moved out, but because of property taxes and other things, people stay in their homes longer. And so that makes it harder for young people to move into those neighborhoods. So when we see new construction happen, I think you can assume that you'll see younger families or soon-to-be families moving into those because there's the opportunity to buy. Whereas in older parts of the city, there's probably less turnover type of thing. Also, I think when you balance school closures, and you know this better than me, it's that you're looking at a variety of factors as far as where the staff is from, the age of the facilities, how much rehab might be needed for future modifications, those types of things. So it's certainly a challenging thing. We've seen other districts go through the same issue. But as far as where it would be, I would say look at where there's the growth in housing. So for example, where the old theater used to be on Johnson Drive, we've now added a lot of apartment buildings over there. Along the Highway 101, we've added more, I think that's like between around California backwards, there's new apartments. So presumably we'll see young people start to have families there as well.
And that's dependent on what type of housing, correct? The single family versus apartment, and how much, what can young families not only afford but fit their family in, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
And well, now with TK, so even though in the old days a lot of people felt like, oh, well, we could have the baby and we don't have to worry about school till that child is 5, apartment will be fine, type of thing. But now it's like, well, that child could go to TK as early as 4, so, or 3, I think. So yes, looking at some of those options where it might be, but yes, where development may be, and I think also marketing-wise, as far as where you want to demonstrate that you have great schools, or you want to make sure people know about TK or know about the school opportunities. You probably have specialized programs. I don't think it's called GATE anymore, but those types of things. So making sure that you're aligning with the people that are living in those areas. Sorry, I don't have a better answer.
No, that's perfect. Thank you for highlighting those
Can I
areas.
just add in that we're in the middle of a demographic study. Should be completed shortly, and they're looking at new developments and the potential of generating enrollment through those.
Perfect. That's great. Thank you.
You guys should invite him to speak to the school closure advisory committee application. He'd be a great resource for them to
Yeah, that's
talk
why.
about the things they're looking at.
Yeah. Well, you have the data, as well. And you could always ask.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
It's my
Mayor.
pleasure. Thank you for the
I'll just,
extended time to allow me to speak a little longer.
I'll just add that I just wanted to appreciate you positioning policymakers to be able to use data, given that policy takes years to adjust and to implement. And thank you for doing what you can to educate our community. I know that you also just came from the Ventura City Council. So you've definitely got your steps in today. But appreciate the collaboration ongoing. Thank you.
And thank you for mentioning that, because that is the role of the Civic Alliance. We're not an advocacy group. We're not the Sierra Club. We're not a Chamber of Commerce, and we're really pushing for this or that. What we feel is needed in Ventura County is to have a level set of data. And that's why the sources are here. So anybody can go and double check or dig deeper. But that's how we see our role, is to provide this neutral information. You're the policymakers. You'll work with the community on whatever has to happen. So thank you for the time.
All right, yeah. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break, but I'm going to ask the board if we could come back 5 minutes early so we can do our picture. Is that right? Is that okay? I'm sorry. 5-minute
For
break.
the public, we're coming back at 8:16, but if the board
I
can
want a
come back
picture.
in 5 minutes, we are getting a photo.
Do you want to do the picture? Let's do the picture first.
Can
All right, I'll
I
just think
have
if you guys
30
had to go to the
seconds
bathroom.
before
So
we
I just
take
wanted
a
to kind of
picture?
throw that up.
Is it okay if we take a picture right now? You guys agree with that?
Alrighty, welcome back. So we're going to move on to, B3, which is the consideration of appointment of School Closure Advisory Committee and alternate members. First read. Dr. Castro.
Okay. Thank you, President Forsyth. I'll first ask Dr. Mirza to explain how we started this process, and then I'll hand it back over to you. Dr. Mirza.
Okay, good evening, board. So we received 65 applications in total. The applications were reviewed by district exec cabinet, and making these selections, we made sure that we had representation from each trustee area based on the applications we received. Careful consideration was given to achieving like a balanced and diverse committee that reflects the district's community. This included attention to like gender representation, as well as diversity across ethnicities, socioeconomic backgrounds, professional and business experience, community representation, including parents, staff, students, and individuals with expertise in areas such as like legal matters or facilities and buildings and operations. And so the recommended committee that the board has in front of them composes all of these factors to the greatest extent possible given the applicant pool.
Thank you, Dr. Mirza. And the list that you have in front of you, as he stated, is a recommendation only. It is in line with School Services of California process. And so now we turn it over to you. The board, of course, has full discretion to reject certain members and insert others. And we're here for any resources. But what also Dr. Mirza provided for you is this long legal list. There wasn't a document to help you guide where the individuals, their applications came from, in which area they reside in, because on the application materials themselves that are uploaded, their addresses are blacked out. So you have this as a resource for your discussion. And so with that, I'll turn it over to you, President Forsyth.
And so it was recommended by School Services to keep this committee comprised of at least 20 members and then have several alternates. We have recommended for approval 20 actual members, and we have 5 alternates on the list.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, we'll go ahead and just turn it over to the board and see if you have any questions, any comments, any concerns with the recommended list.
I'm kind of confused about, you said it's a recommended list of 20?
This is the recommended. You have the full list.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Correct, yeah.
I don't have that. I didn't print that out.
Because we don't have the screen, so we don't have access to it. We would see it. It's right up there on the.
Yeah.
Is there a way to blow that up?
Is there a way to get
Yeah.
Is there a way to get another copy? Can we? It's kind of. Yeah, it's going to be kind of difficult.
Yeah, thank you, Gina. Sorry, with the technology issue, it's a little bit more challenging. So yes, Gina's going to make some copies. Thank you for doing that.
Okay, why don't we make copies?
Can I ask a question before? While you're doing that, I guess. So this doesn't the category doesn't fully include other things. Like I know some of these people are retired staff members or current staff members. So it feels like maybe it would be better to have more.
The spreadsheet.
Yeah, more information about. Yeah, well, so yeah, she did, because I think that is also like not just where they live and what they chose to put as their category, but also the other categories that they are potentially representing.
And those categories, so we look at the category that's here on the initial list. What would be some of those categories to be consistent across?
Well, I'll tell you what my concern. I went through the application book, so I went through a lot of application book, and my concern is people who are being on the committee at one of the. I have no idea what the potential school is going to be, right? But when all the information is given out, it seems like there's a couple of people in here that could sway not on information, but on self-preservation. That would be my concern, that if you have 2 people from, let's just say, school A, right, and let's say school A is where people are leaning towards, but then they divert not because of the information, but because of, like I said, self-preservation. So that's why looking at other things that they might be associated with, to me, would be important to have that information.
And the thing that helped me make a little peace with that is that it's a committee of 20. So it's going to take a lot more than, 2 or 3 people to be able to like sway an entire group.
Well, the only reason I differ for that, because I kind of look at myself for sometimes. If I'm in a room of 20 people, that I'm not trying to, bloviate myself, but I would be able to convince 6 people, right? Like, so it depends. It's just not always the person. It's always a personality. You got a forceful personality in a room with 20 people, they might be able to sway 5 or 6 people. So
Yeah,
some
that's true.
things is just, that's why I wanted to see, because I couldn't remember the whole list.
Trustee Peterson, you're right on. And we have several planning sessions with Brianna from School Services of California, and we have many more scheduled. We asked those kinds of questions to her, and you're correct. There is no way for us to control like how persuasive an individual on a committee would be, especially given the information. Some of the information in itself will be persuasive, and then you add a persuasive personality on top of that, and then it's even more persuasive. The thing to remember is that this committee, however persuasive or however pliant or amiable, they are going to be applying an objective criteria, and so that objective criteria will guide their discussions. But you are 100% correct. There is, at least according to the conversations that we've had with Brianna, there is no way for us to give you a list of individuals that we would know are going to work well together, or that aren't going to try and sway one or the other. That said, in the individuals that are listed here, it's right now I can't do it by name, but what part of the considerations that we gave was where, although an individual may live in a particular area, we were sensitive to the fact that if their students were not attending a school in that area, that is something that the board should consider. Just because a person is qualified, and we can come back to that concept of category, that they are representative of what we need on the panel, or excuse me, on the committee from a category perspective. The board also can make decisions as to where their children reside, because that could also skew the results. But again, there's no way for us to control for that.
Jerry.
So I really appreciate the list with the trustee areas, because as I was going through the applications, and I kind of put stars on the ones that I thought had really great qualifications, and then I compared it to the list, and there were quite a few that were on both of our lists. I did have a couple, and I know one of the things we were trying to balance is to make sure that every trustee has, a similar number. But there were a couple people that really stood out to me with unique experience, and they were not on the recommended list, and I didn't know exactly which area. And it turns out 2 of them are in my trustee area, and I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, well, I like the people that you guys put on from my area. I could, how am I going to pick someone to bump off my area? It's like picking my favorite child. I mean, when they were little, it was always easy. It was like whichever one was napping, that was my favorite. This is much more difficult. But I would like to draw the board's attention to the 2 candidates that I think really have an exceptional skill. One is Matthew Ward, and he highlighted his extensive experience with data analysis and specifically resource allocation. He's worked with the Navy. He has a degree from Columbia, and he really, in his application, and you do have his application here if you want to go through it. I was just really impressed that somebody who can geek out on the numbers like that might be an incredibly valuable person on a committee that is going to be crunching that much data. No, you're good. I thought you guys were teasing me for saying geeking out. Yeah, processing data. And then also another person who brought a really interesting perspective, I thought, is Jenny Makowski. She's a new parent to the community from Utah. And what was specifically interesting is that she has experience with school closures. And she also has experience with what went well in communicating the process to the community, what didn't go well. And I thought that was a really unique perspective to be able to bring, because one of the major roles of this committee is going to be communicating the process to the community. So I thought those two were really very unique candidates. And it turns out they're both from Trustee Area 3. I don't know what to tell you guys. I got a great area. An interesting one from Area 2, Heather Gray also. I thought she had a very positive outlook. She experienced a boundary change when she was in elementary school. And she talked in her application about how the change was difficult, but she brings the perspective of she was able to thrive in her new school, even after the difficult transition. And I thought that would be a really powerful perspective to be able to have on the committee, because myself included, we're all fearful of what this change could be. And I think that having someone on there to keep the committee grounded in the fact that students are resilient, and she has her own personal experience about how she was able to successfully go through a big change like that. I thought she was another interesting candidate as well. So lots of amazing, and I want to start off by saying 65 applicants. I was so impressed by the number of people that are already deeply engaged in this process and willing to commit the next 10 months of their lives to help us make that decision. That blew me away. I spent 2 days on the applications, and it was phenomenal. Thank you all, because I was just really, really impressed and touched that you are all so deeply devoted to the district.
Not only that, it's going to be a very difficult process. And to be on this committee, you're kind of being forward-facing for the district against your community, right? Depending on how the vote pans out or the recommendation pans out. So being on this committee takes a lot of guts, and I really appreciate everybody that applied. It is a huge undertaking, and we really appreciate you for applying, and then those who we eventually select. And my question is, this is a first read. What if we decide to bring it back a second read? How would that look in our timetable? Would that affect our timetable?
I appreciate you asking the question. Marianne, you have the schedule in front of you, correct?
I do. We would be having our first meeting on March 19th. So our next board meeting is February 10th.
Okay, you'll be here February. So that's also to be considered.
Yes, and that actually was part of staff's calculus, was getting this in front of you, so that way you could provide any additional guidance to us. That said, really, at this point, it's the board's process. So, for example, Trustee Fredericks, as you were contemplating, there were 3 names, and we'll acknowledge there were really some pretty outstanding applicants. You have a hard choice in front of you. So one thing that staff would appreciate is if there is consensus. Any consensus is really helpful, because then that narrows it down to now we're only talking about 3 people or 4 people across multiple trustee areas. And I just wanted to acknowledge that if you look at we have 3 on Trustee Area 1, 3 from Trustee Area 2. That corresponds as you take a look at the number of applications. In 1, there were fewer of them. So I just want to acknowledge that. What I also didn't have a chance to acknowledge yet is if you look at trustee area 4, what was important was that both of our union presidents were selected. And so although there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 selected in trustee area 4, we did that because we didn't want that area to be skewed because we needed to accommodate the 2 presidents. It just happened to be that both union presidents reside in trustee area 4. So
for that, I would think there's an echo. It would be helpful maybe to pull Sarah and Carol out of the list and list them separately as our association presidents, so that because also why do we have representation from out of the area?
That represents a classified staff member.
We did not have very many classified and certificated staff that applied, and we knew that that was important to the board to have representation, and that was why, because they live out of the area, but they work for us.
But I think that is the point of having our association presidents there, right? So they represent their membership. So to me, because this is such an important community conversation, I really think that we should be focusing our committee on people who, live in Ventura.
He's also a parent. I should have mentioned that as well. Sorry,
Yeah,
parent
he's a
of a
parent
VUSD student.
in the district, as well as for continuity for the staff to be represented. With that many meetings, there's a possibility that perhaps the presidents might not be able to attend all of them, and to be able to have another representative for for VUAA and VESPA was also a consideration. And again, I realize he's out of the area, but as a classified employee, and he's deeply involved and works well with the union president, and then he's also a parent at both Buena and VHS.
And that was actually a point of feedback we received from staff, that just because the union president's on here, does that preclude us from applying? And we said, no, go ahead and apply. Yeah.
Right, but Al Quidos also applied and is also a classified staff member now.
That's his son that applied.
Oh, okay.
And
the confusing thing of multiple names is the same.
But we can certainly, just for clarity's sake, move Sarah and Carol out of that, but then they would still be part of the committee. And again, the board has full discretion. So if the board feels that Sarah and Carol as the union presidents do accurately and fully reflect your choices for employee representation, that is absolutely your discretion. What we wanted to do was just to honor all of the feedback that we'd been receiving in multiple venues, so that way you could decide to mix and match. So kind of going back to process for a moment, given that we already looked at Area 3, if you wanted to make a suggestion to remove and add, that would be great, because you had said that there were 2 in your area, but that you would wrestle with who may come off. I don't know if that's something that you're prepared to talk about now, or if you'd rather let the conversation evolve a little bit more.
Well, I would probably like the conversation to evolve, because truly I look at the list and, the other folks from Area 3 are all great candidates. And, part of it is that balance. And so it's like when I look, I would love to have this on a nice long legal spreadsheet where we can have which schools their kids go, like some of the things that I put in the notes, but like which schools are represented by these people's children. What are their unique qualities? So for example, like Kevin Corse is not just a business owner, but Buena Auto, he owns Buena Auto, and as well he is works with our CTE program as an advisor. So, I mean, again, it's like I don't know. And I don't know which one I, would consider pulling off, which kind of also begs the question of, when we have someone like with these, incredible qualifications and unique characteristics, are we like that married to the idea of the trustees? Do we need to keep that even, or?
Yeah, my concern is if we start picking and choosing our own people on this committee, does that become a bias or perceived bias?
Yeah.
I mean, does the public say, well, Jerry picked somebody that, he picked his guy. Sorry, Jerry, that's an example, folks, an example. But I use Jerry because, he's Jerry. But that could be a very real thing. Perceived bias is something that I really want to avoid. For me, having the staff choose and then we approve would eliminate that. But at the same time, I understand your point. Secondly, I'm going to go to my trustee area. Speaking of bias, there's only 3, and a lot of other areas have either 4 or 5, and I understand that. But however, the trustee area 1 is the largest area. And also it has the Avenue and Oakview, which have totally different needs. So I want to make sure that Oakview is represented and also the Avenue is represented in these lists. So I don't know if we can say where they're from, but I want to make sure that we get those 2 representatives on there.
Well, I'll tell you, talking about just not having a bias. So is my mic working actually? It's green. You can hear me? Okay. You can hear it too? Okay. So there's a couple of things that were said that actually, without even discussing it with you, that came on my radar too. So one of the things were that I was going to recommend the person from Buena Idaho also. Without talking to you about it, and when you were saying it, that was somebody who I said that I would recommend being on this. And the other part was what James said about area number 1. Like, to me, I understand that the applications were lower, but I think every area needs to be equal, regardless of how many people applied. So, just having 3 from area 1 to me is a bias in itself, because you don't have as many people as you have for somebody else. So so to me, to be fair, and you want to say you're going to be non-biased, especially not being biased in the area, is to make sure that it's all equal in representation. And I thought about that before you brought it up, and I thought about that Buena Auto person before Shannon brought it up. And my third recommendation was, there's a principal out of the area in Port Hueneme who I feel, I have no idea where she lives because it's blacked out. But having a resource, regardless of where the person lives, but having a principal in the room, because there's going to be a lot of discussion about, well, how is this done out of school and how is this done out of school? And in my opinion, having a principal of a school being in that room to answer those questions and not have to send those questions out to be answered by somebody else, I think would be super valuable. But like I said, I don't know what area that person.
But Melanie Lindsay is assistant principal at Balboa and lives in area 4.
So that person is on here?
Yeah, we didn't have any principals apply. And just another point of information, all the executive staff will also be available during each at the right time. Broadly, we'll be there. Almost all of us will try and be there. But for the areas or for the topics that are very specific, we'll be there to help guide that. So we had 2 from an administrative representative, Melanie Lindsay, who is in trustee area 4.
Well, there is a principal that applied. I mean, she's a principal of a school. That's the reason why. No.
Yeah, assistant principal.
It says principal in Hueneme Elementary School District, not assistant principal.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I apologize.
Page 4 or 5? Oh, no, it doesn't give an actual page because it just shows the pages of the application.
So the other thing, though, that is kind of missing from this is because someone lives in one trustee area, if they are a parent or work for us, they may, James, you live in area 1, but your kids are in area 2. 3. Anyway, but right, so like that, so you also have to look at not just where someone lives, but also kind of where are they engaged with us, right? Because for some of the folks that are on the list that like live in other areas, but then where their kids go to school, we would have multiple people who represent the same school community.
We agree, and we tried to balance that. We tried to balance that. Someone may have the category checkbox, but they're, for example, this was more common for some of the applications on the avenue. They live their trustee areas area 1, but their students don't go to school in that area, and so we try to mix and match. I do want to go back to what seemed like there was consensus of the board. When we bring this list forward with some additional detail, you're looking to then have the same number of individuals in each area, and that would mean, though, that potentially the committee becomes like a committee of 22 if we move Sarah and Carol out. So I just wanted to hear, there seemed to be consensus for that, and I wanted to confirm that.
In my opinion, I think it looks right.
Okay.
Like right now, when I look at this, I'll be like, wow, man. It just looks like District 1 is not represented because the number is a 1 and it don't even look as big. And you're like, oh, they only put 3 people from them there. They're not represented. So I think an equal number from each district would look like we're trying to be
Okay. And that
fair.
would be accomplished because then you would have 4 in each area if we subtract the 2 union presidents from that. So the committee would be a committee of 22. Thank you.
My only concern about that is that if we're looking at strength of applications, I mean, it's kind of not everybody who do we put people with, and I don't want to say just being a parent is not a strong qualification, because it absolutely is. I mean, I think it's one of my strongest suits in this role. But when we have people who have positions that are unique to the process, but they all happen to be in one trustee area, are we going to, I don't know, take people, obviously, if there's only 3, I mean, did we get, I don't know the other list. Oh, we did get quite a few other ones from 1 and 2. Okay, never mind. Retract that statement.
Just real quick, is it custom to have an even or odd number? It doesn't matter. I mean, it's a high number, so I don't think we're going to get to a split vote.
Yeah. I mean, I think I'm going to probably say this 4 or 5 times more before we finish the conversation. It's at the discretion of the board. It doesn't have to be aligned with the trustee area. It could be the individuals that you feel are going to do the best job on the committee, and then you acknowledge that in that. Everyone is going to come to this process with a bias, one way or the other. They're going to come with their individual history. Just know that what we tried to accomplish was hearing the feedback from the board, as Dr. Mears has stated, to try and give a balanced approach to making sure that the list that came to you was reflective of everything that we said would be on that committee. That said, the board has the discretion to create a committee that isn't composed the same way that we have composed it. That's a completely
I have a
your
suggestion
discretion.
for that, James, because I thought about that also. And if you make the list, so you have the 1 out of area person, right? If you make the list the even 22 and then add the 1 out of area person, because in my opinion, there should be an odd number. So that way, it's never split. You have, odd people on the board. And then that way you have everybody represented from every area, which would be 4, 4, 4, and 4. You have the 2 presidents, and you have the 1 out of area person. That out of area person would be the odd, would be the 23, I believe. It'd either be 23 or it'd be 21.
You have 2 alternates, one in trustee area 1 and one in trustee area 2, that if you move up to be regular members, that'll make equal across the board.
But it'd be an odd number of people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So thank you for that suggestion, Hassan. So if we just move the 2 alternates that are identified into 1 and 2, and then take all these other suggestions, then that creates a committee of 23.
And then you could add alternates if you want additional alternates. There's no set limit on alternates. It's just we wanted to have at least 5. So if it was recommended to have 2, but it's like if one doesn't show up, we just wanted to have options.
Did we, sorry, first off, I don't know, Oscar, Gomez, so like, this is nothing personal, right? But like, I do feel strongly that this should be a committee of people who live in our area. And so, do we not have any other classified employees who applied for this?
So I just want to go, that question prompted me to go back then. So is there consensus of the board that the employee other than the administrator, because that was something that was called out in the applications, setting aside the administrator, that you would want additional employees other than the union presidents, because that also could shift the approach?
My concern would be, I think we need to have more parents. I know there's a number of them here, but this is going to affect, yeah, but it's going to affect parents, so, as well as our employees, so.
Well, I agree, but we have 10 parents, and I feel strongly that we should have 2 classified and 2 certificated representatives, one of each being the president's. But I really feel, just for continuity, if one of them cannot attend a meeting, that there would be another representative that would be able to, at a meeting, represent that perspective.
So 2 alternates of that are association?
No, I just mean what we have on there right now. So we have Sarah and Carol, and then we have, right now we have Oscar Gomez listed as a second classified, and then we have Stacy Whitaker listed as another certificated. Yeah, so I just think it's really important that, should one of them not be able to attend a meeting, that they have another person who's able to represent the needs of our staff as well.
We did have one more, and that's Jessica Milligan, who is Montalvo Elementary substitute teacher. And that would be it, from what I can tell right now, but I believe so. She clicked classified, but she said Montalvo Elementary substitute teacher. We'd have to look that up.
Well, we already have another sub on the list. We have Catherine Heller. I know there were several. I feel like there were quite a few applications that were from substitute teachers or that had sub experience. So maybe that would be an area we could look at for, balancing trustee areas. The experience of being a sub is super valuable because they visit a lot of different sites. So I think that perspective would be really valuable. But if I recall from going through, we had several people who listed sub as one of their qualifications, a substitute teacher. And so maybe that's just an area of flexibility with the trustee areas.
Yeah, I don't actually think it's important because this should be a data-driven process. So just because someone worked somewhere or worked at multiple sites, to me, doesn't make a difference because this should be all data-driven. It should be, the recommendation should be based on you have this many students and you have this many teachers and you have this many, so if you move that way. So experience at another school or working at another school, to me, it doesn't make a difference because they're just going to be, the recommendation that come from us should be all based on data.
Well, except when they're working in committee, if they're like, well, gosh, I don't know, does, school X have a lot of vacant classrooms or what, that kind of stuff.
That's data. They should already have that.
Yeah.
So that you shouldn't have a person saying, I know this and you don't, to give the information, because it all should be done on data. And that's why we're having a committee to look at data to recommend to us so that we're not trying to make a decision based on our district and what we feel our district should be.
Okay, so just to try and make sure that the guidance you're receiving is something that we're interpreting correctly, 23 members. One of those is going to be, there's a place for an out-of-area person. We'll see how that balances. You're encouraging us to make sure that we have an additional certificated and an additional classified? No?
Just keep it as it is.
So just keep it with the union presidents.
the union presidents.
Okay.
And then one more classified and one more certificate.
That's why I'm asking, because that's,
They're already on
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, but I think you're asking, do you have consensus?
that's what I want to, it doesn't seem like we do yet, so that's why I want to see it. The union presidents was a yes, thumbs up, but then I'm hearing a conversation about potentially the benefit of having an additional classified person and an additional certificated individual also identified.
But we already have that, right?
It's already on here.
It's already on here, so we're just going to keep it as is.
Yes, I acknowledge that because we provided that, but the proposal that you're asking us to do could undo that, is what I'm saying. That with the other suggestions that you're asking us to do, to take a look at these additional categories and to find additional balancing that could potentially move them off of the list to make room, very similar to Trustee Frederick's dilemma in Area 3, right? Really, really amazing people, only so many spaces. One would come off not because they're not qualified or wouldn't contribute, but because they're of a priority, that you had a priority to ensure that we had an additional classified individual and an additional certificated individual, then that would take priority over someone else. And I just want to make sure that we're moving in the right direction.
I thought what Hassan mentioned had solved that, where if we move those two people out and move the two alternates up, so it's not look like we're picking people, right, for a random committee, that if you move the 1 and 2 from area 1 and 2 up to balance that and move the presidents out, I thought what he said solved that.
It does, and if the board wanted to make a recommendation to approve the list with those additions, then that's great. I just didn't hear anyone thinking that the conversation was done, but I think that would solve it, because it does exactly what what I've heard so far.
So I have concerns with that. I mean, I don't want to necessarily be in the position of picking individual people, but when I look at this list, I know of connections that people on this list have that are not represented on this list. And so I feel like if we are attempting to have a balanced group of people who are not coming in with a lot of personal connections to a site, or where those connections are very clearly disclosed, right? Then I think, then that makes, then it's a little easier, because if we have multiple parents, say, at one site who are represented, or staff members and parents at a particular site, or former staff members, like, all of that matters, and that's not on this category list. And so I don't necessarily want to be the person that says, I want to take this person off and put that person on, but I want all of the information there so that we are making a fully informed decision.
I understand. I'm sorry I didn't hear that earlier. One of the things you would like us to do is to go back and also analyze if I'm a parent, if I'm an employee, or my kids attend, if there's too high of a concentration of one school or a school being represented, we should take a look at that. Okay.
So I don't necessarily have that, because they may not have disclosed that on an application. We'd have to go back application by application and then possibly do research. I won't know whether or not the person used to work here necessarily, unless they've been here in the last 8 years.
What we can do, I agree, and I wasn't going to say that earlier, but thank you for saying it now.
But I can share with you the ones that I know of, and I think there probably is some.
I agree, and then this is where I wish Anthony were here, but we do. Oh, no, it's not there.
I do have that takes the randomness out of it.
Yeah.
Like, to me, like I like just take the juxtaposition between me and Sabrina. I hardly don't know anybody on the list, right? But by saying I want this, you are picking and choosing, because you're excluding by information that you need, and I think that's too much for us to do. Like, we can set parameters, but us looking at names and picking and choosing takes the randomness out of it, in my opinion, because I just happen to don't know enough people in the community that I know 10 or 20 people on this list.
Thank you.
So when you have one, and then that person is saying, well, I know these two people go to lunch together, or I know these two people work together, to me, you're taking the randomness out of it. And if that's what happens, that's what happens. That's why you do stuff to be more random than picking and choosing.
I think the problem is Sabrina knows everybody in town.
I mean, well, okay, having been on this board when we appointed the 7-Eleven committee, we are appointing these people. We are choosing them. So it isn't random. We are commissioning them to do work for us. So I feel strongly, like I am picking the people from Area 2 with that lens, right? Like these are people who represent my trustee area. I want to make sure that they are thoughtful and considerate and going to come in with, you know, an open mind to this very, very important process. So to me, it is not random or like, it is very much, we're choosing a thoughtful group of people who we want to entrust with an important decision.
And if I could just...
let me finish. Like,
yeah.
To me, and I'm only the 20%, but based on what you just said, that I want to pick people that are open-minded and this, like, how do you know? That's just based on your opinion of the person that you know, because it could be somebody else on the list that is more open-minded that you don't know that's in your area too. So once you start taking anything, and then you start saying, I'm picking this, I'm picking this, and I'm picking that. I thought this process was supposed to be all the people will apply. A different group recommends the people that they would think that were good, and then we would go through and say, is the system right? Which we all said that we think everybody should be equal in the district. But as soon as we start going in and picking people for any reason, no matter what it is, like I want a bunch of tall people. I want a bunch of people that weigh over 300 pounds. Like it changes that we're picking and choosing, where then we can start picking and choosing that people that we know are like-minded. And to me, that's what takes away the randomness. I think it should be a process that we follow, and we see the people. Does that fit our process? Okay, it fits our process. But to go through and start saying, nah, I know this person would be this and that, I think it takes us farther and farther from being transparent and open to the process. Because when you think about it, after they make a recommendation, it really is going to still come up to us to decide. So if we get more and more involved in the process of the people who decide, and then we're also being the final decision, I don't think that's what a committee is designed to do. I think it's a committee designed to make a recommendation based on the data that 23 people saw, and more than half of the people said, here's the recommendations, and then that recommendation comes to us, and then we deliberate. But controlling this group for my 20% is just like, I think we should be let the process happen as much as it happened, and then we make the final decision.
Okay, what I think, what I would appreciate it being a part of this process is, if you have, I mean, many of you have relationships with the individuals here. We have relationships with some of the individuals here. What we would appreciate though is, so that way we're honoring what people, the information that the applicants provided, that's what we would appreciate being able to provide you. And there are individuals, there are employees on here, we can identify an employee, right? That's an objective thing, that's public information. If somebody identified themselves as having a student, that's information that we can provide, because we can do that. It just will take extra time, but we can do that. But in terms of like how someone will think or what they will do, that was kind of my opening remark. Like, we don't want to even seek the feedback from the board at that process, because ultimately, just as you were saying, Trustee Peterson, you can remove someone for any reason, and if there's consensus of the board, great, then they're on the committee. So we don't need that level of understanding of each person. But what I do want to do is to make sure that we're just that the process that comes to you is as objective as possible, and that we're not putting our own biases in there. We can absolutely know where someone goes to school, where they work, and where they live. So
this is not what I think Cam was talking about, but I think Sabrina's being genuine as possible. I think she's saying that she wants to see more variety. I'm not putting words in your mouth. I do apologize, but you're being considerate. You're not trying to pick and choose. But I think the perception would be. And
That's
my
what I'm saying. I'm
concern.
not.
Yeah,
I
and I
have
knew
a
that
great
was it.
relationship
Right.
with Sabrina.
And
so,
that's what she's not.
Yeah. So I'm not saying. I'm talking about our district. The whole thing is always transparency and back deal, and you stack this. So I'm just saying the perception of something that this is going to be a huge decision. Like this is going to cause a ruckus in the community, and I just want to make sure that the process from the start to the finish, where it can't be, well, you guys did this, because no matter what we do, people are going to try to pick us apart.
Well, what should have happened, just like we do, blind grading on essays and stuff, is we should have received these with no names, with just numbers, because that way we could have looked at it with no names. But I mean, at the end of the day, like the people who I thought had really stellar qualifications that I mentioned that weren't on the list, I don't know who they are, so I use their name just because that's how they're identified. They don't have a number. But I just feel like their qualifications are unique specifically to this committee,
But again, yeah, if we start pulling names, put names in there, the perception is what I'm really concerned about. As we go through this process, we want to have our hands clean as possible, right? We want to be as non-biased, and our board is. We're really we want the correct decision. We don't, heck, if it's my kid's school, then it's my kid's school type of thing, right? So for me, for my 20%, my 1/5, I'm going to go ahead. I suggest that we go ahead, bump those alternates up, and have a committee of 23 and approve the list.
Can we add Jenny Makowski and Matthew Ward as alternates? Anyone
Yes,
opposed?
You can, yes. Yes. But they're alternates, yeah.
And then what that would mean is there would be 2 alternates from Area 3, 1 alternate from Area 4, and 2 alternates from Area 5. The 1 and 2 would have been bumped up, yeah. So they would now be on the committee, not an alternate.
Further comments, questions? Do we have consensus? Calvin, let's go one by one, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, I just to say, in my opinion, like, I really don't, in my opinion, whoever is on here, as long as the districts have the same amount of people, to me, it doesn't matter who is on the list, as long as each district is represented equally.
So you go with the recommendation of bumping up the alternates?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I have issues with the balance, and I still feel like having someone from out of the area is not consistent with the mission.
If we're going to bring it back, I would love to see it more in a spreadsheet, because that's kind of more how my brain works, and I've sort of created my own. But if we were to have a better spreadsheet with data about which schools their children go to, if they're employees, which schools do they service, just again, for that balance of schools. Like in my own kind of notes here, I've got we have several that have like Montalvo represented. We had like a substantial number for Foothill. We had Loma Vista, has multiple. So, I mean, I kind of want us to take a look at that as well, just to make sure. And, it's very possible, like, we don't have candidate from, school, I don't know, Poinsettia or something. It's very possible we don't even have a candidate for that school. But, and I know we're trying to be in areas, but I think it was Sabrina who mentioned the other factor is that they might live in that trustee area, but maybe they work in a different trustee area, or their kids go to a different trustee area. So I think before I would approve the committee, I would like to see it come back to us with a wider spreadsheet with more data on it.
Yeah,
Okay,
but that
and-
data
but that takes
necessarily is
away
not
our
represented
consensus.
on their application
So that you're a mind reader. Going back to my previous comment, the applicants had provided the information that they felt necessary to provide. We're starting to creep into, and this is why I was saying it would be good if Anthony were here, almost needing to then put out a new application with identifying more factors, and it would broaden the pool. It would delay the process a little bit. Or what we can do is discern the information that is there, because many of the individuals identified where their kids go to school. And if they were uncomfortable providing that information about where their child goes to school, then okay, great. Then that is a hole in that application. That seems fair, so that way they don't feel compelled. But we're also not we're not changing the nature of the application. We're not asking them to then go back, because if we're asking them to give us additional details that they didn't provide, that starts to feel like a new application process. So, because as it is, we're already
applied to all the applicants.
Well, what's going to,
So let me just cut you off, because that's not what I'm suggesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I personally went through every application and noted, I noted, which schools that they were. And I think, we might not have a perfect, some people might not have listed the schools their kids went to.
What I meant was that you had mentioned that of the three criteria, the parent part is easy. The student part, a little problematic, but we can do that. But then you had said where they work. If they said, I am a district employee, we check that box that there's a district employee. But one of the direction that I heard there being a concern about is that between being a parent, an employee, and where a student is, if there's a high concentration of all of those individuals at one school, that was a concern. And so that's one of the things that, Anthony, I don't know if you're picking up on the direction of the conversation, but if you can weigh in, I think it would be important.
With regard to the application process, is that because the criteria that was in the original, and realize I did not review the application that went out initially, but what I'm gathering from the conversation is that the board may be interested in obtaining additional information to look at in evaluating each of the applicants. Is that basically it?
No, I'm basically saying that. So, for example, and I'm just going to pick one that was on the list. So, for example, Amy Cosia is one of the alternates from Area 5, parent guardian. She has students at Balboa and De Anza. It's like, I would just like that listed in a way so that we could see, like, oh wow, of 4 parents out of the 10 all have kids at Foothill Technology. Like, is that an overabundance of people all coming from one? I'm not suggesting another application. I'm not suggesting that we
So as long as you're
manufacture other data. I'm just suggesting that we lay out what they've listed so that we can see if we have,
So if you're okay with the responses or the chart that you're contemplating is not completely up to date or accurate with regard to where students go to school, because I did read some of the applications, and not every applicant put down if they had students or where their students went to school. So it's going to be yes, that information is going to be available for some, but it's not going to be available for all, and they may have students who go to a school that you're not going to be aware of.
That is very possible.
That is actually possible. It's true. It happened.
I think
So that is the question you have to answer is, are you okay with that so we don't have to put together, because I'm getting information that you want that information so that you can make those determinations. So the board will have to decide, because it is going to extend the application process if we have to send out a new application, and it may not get you the same pool because some people may not want to respond with the information that the board would like to have. I don't know if it'll be the issue of students in the school, but that's the criteria that I've been hearing, but there may be other criteria that you may want to have. But just know that, can the board do it? Absolutely. As Dr. Kaiser said, it is at the board's discretion how this process works. But given the original applications, you may not get all the information that you are actually looking for.
So I am not suggesting that.
Okay.
Dr. Castro, to meet your timelines, do we have to have this decision made by February 10th?
In my opinion, yes, because we then need to go out and do the confirmation, like you were selected, the board took action, affirm, like just do all of those things. From a communications perspective, that gives us a couple of weeks to get through that. That would be highly advantageous for us, because otherwise you end up in a position where again, we're getting way ahead of ourselves, but since we've moved up the alternates, we have 3 alternates. If for whatever reason someone comes forward with a hardship that wasn't specified, because now this process for them has extended for over a month, right?
Right.
Let's say something changes, then the composition of the committee, the board has given us direction to provide if that composition is no longer feasible. We just need to know that, and we need to know that as early as possible.
The reason I ask that is because obviously we're having a lot of difficulty with this. And maybe to put some hurt on your staff, we have that special meeting next week. I think we might want to add one regular agenda item to have a discussion on this, and maybe you can have some of that information ready so that the board's able to make a decision on the 10th for you, to have it in a timely fashion.
Okay.
If I could ask one question, sorry, just to clarify. I'm hearing parent with school, students with school, but what about a person who attended our schools? Because we had a number of those as well. I'll tell you that all the high schools were covered except Pacific, all the middle schools were covered, and a number of the elementaries were covered when we went through this, but a lot of them self-identified as past VUSD people. Is that included in, if they self-identified, you also want to know if they attended our school, and if so, which ones?
I included that on my notes if they mentioned it.
Is the board asking us if we bring this back? Because you're asking us for information on what school the children go to. If a staff member works for a school that's in a trustee area, are you also looking for, because I'm hearing school, are you also looking for if they have a connection because they went to that school? Do you want to know that information?
Are we getting ready? So we have consensus on one thing, right? We have consensus that we want each area to have the same amount of people. When you start going through this other process that we might add, then what if you don't have somebody in that area? Doesn't that take away what we all have consensus to? Where if you start saying, oh, well, this person in District 1, their kid goes to this school, even out of district, and then the person in District 5 also go to this school that's out of district. And then you start taking people away from different districts, and you might not have enough people to fill the 4 if you start making the layers go further and further.
And that's, and we're putting our hands on this choosing process even more and more and more. And that's my concern, is are we telling the community we're picking our committee, advisory committee? They're not making any decisions, they're just advising us, right? Advising us and making a recommendation that we can choose to use or not, and we can go our own way. So I think we have to, for me, it's just trusting. I don't want to put my hands out. I don't want to take anybody off. I don't want to put anybody on. I do like moving those trusts to have equal trustees and having the 23, just for the fact that I don't like bias. I don't want to be accused, this whole board, of being biased and having us pick and choose individuals, because as we start saying, well, I want this person, now we'll take this person off. Why did so-and-so take that person off? Why did that person not like, why did that trustee not like that person? Did that person not fit with their ideology? I want to avoid those questions because this is going to be highly political, highly contentious, and it's going to affect the whole community. So my 2 cents, my 1/5, 20%, is to approve the amended agenda, committee, and go on from there. And again, this is an advisory committee. It's they're going to have a recommendation that we're going to choose to use or not. And we're going to have access to that same data, and we could actually come to the same consensus that the committee have based off of their data, too. So that's kind of where I am. I don't know if we have consensus on the committee, but Jerry, you wanted to bring it back. Do you still want to bring it back?
No, we have consensus on making sure that it's even.
That it's even, but approving the list.
That's the only thing that we have.
But approving the list with 23 and moving the alternates up.
You move the alternates up, and if you do that and you take the 2 union presidents off, then you've got to find another person for Area 4. So you have 4 people from each area. So there's a,
I was just
you
thinking
just can't
about
do
that.
that and have this be the list, is what I'm saying.
You would need to move up the Annette Walters out of the alternate, right? 1, 2, and 4. Yeah.
That's fine by me.
Obviously, there's no right or wrong. I know there's a difference of opinion of how to go through this, and I can only share what we ran through Brianna. Regardless of the individuals, whatever approach the board takes, it is going to be contentious. The board is going to be susceptible regardless of your intentions. People are going to say that there was bias in the process. So at the end of the day, I think as part of staff guiding the rest of this committee through when they do their work, we just want to make sure that that the committee is comprised of individuals that you want engaging in that level of discussion, whether it's because of the group that we've put forward or it's because of the group that you've made some small movement, here and there. You want this person instead of that person, because this is a committee that is ultimately going to be making recommendations to you as a board, and you're going to have to. You're going to need to feel content that the group that is doing that is, however you define it, the group that you want guiding the district through this process. So what I think we have consensus on is the numbers, moving the union presidents out, equal numbers, coming back maybe even next week if we can get all of this information done. It seems like based on this last part of the conversation, you're not asking us to add anything. You're just asking us to organize and to represent. That's certainly something that we can be prepared to do by next week. Is there anything else that you're asking us to do at this point?
If we're moving 3 of the alternates up, if you want 5 alternates, then take 3 more alternates.
Right. We would need to do that.
It was recommended only 2 alternates.
Right.
We added extra just to
Yeah.
add. Yeah.
I'm not saying we have to have 5 alternates.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that would leave 2 alternates only from District
5. Right. Okay. Any additional guidance for staff? So I want to make sure that, assuming that we're able to bring this back next week, that it's reflective of what you're hoping it will be. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Alrighty. Thank you so much. I know this is not going to be the only time we're going to be doing this. So I appreciate you all, and thank you so much. Thank you, staff, for organizing this, and sorry for the extra work. So we're going to move on to consent calendar. Oh, no, wait. We got the Williams report, correct? Gina? Yes.
Sorry about that. There are no complaints for this quarter.
Oh, sounds good. It's always a good one. Alrighty, so we're going to go ahead and move to consent calendar. Is there anything that the board would like to pull? We did pull it. That's right. So we pulled 16A3. So is there anything else we could still pull at this time? So we'll go ahead and have a motion to approve the consent agenda except for 16A3. Don't we usually approve the pooled item first?
And then you can approve.
I thought, okay.
Yeah.
I assume that we approve the rest and then we go back to the item. So we'll do it that way. So, okay, we'll go to 16A3.
Okay, well, I was the one who pulled it. So this is the marquee at De Anza, which has been on our radar for quite a long time now. I had expressed concern that the process was flawed. And so I made a request that there's now a new issue. Apparently, the marquee is now less functional than it was before. And most recently, they were able to have a joint ELAC school site council meeting. So with all of the parties together, and they were able to reach consensus on getting the marquee. So I just wanted the board to be aware that the situation has changed. So I just want to thank the staff there for working so hard through all of this. And I really, anytime we have a difficulty in agreement, I think it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity for us to understand each other's perspectives. And I am just very happy to see that they were able to come together and work together in order to come up with consensus. And so for that reason, I think we should vote to have the marquee at De Anza. So I just wanted the rest of the board to be aware of the change in the situation in both the process and the need for the marquee.
And I do have a suggestion, even for future items, where, like you said two things about, like I know there was issues before that they didn't agree at before, and that's why we had pulled it out. But the statement that the process is flawed, to me, should never affect the result of the process until we change the process. So I don't think as a board, because we didn't change the process, that we shouldn't try to change the result because we don't agree in the process. We need to focus on the process to say this is the process that we need to do, and whatever result of this process, then we should be in agreement with it, because that's the process. But doing it backwards, to me, it doesn't make sense. If it ever happens again, right? If they go through the process and we don't agree with it, we should start focusing on the process and say, hey, I think there should be another process, because I don't think we don't have the approval. We don't have the approval in this process from the beginning when it came out. And because I remember specifically saying, why are you bringing it to us if we don't have anything in the process? You're basically just running it by us to say, it's not going to be your decision, it's going to be these people's decisions. And I remember saying then, why are we even involved in it anyway, if it's not our decision? And so, like, if it's a decision, if it's a process and we believe we should be involved in the process, then we should go to that process and try to change that process for the future, in my opinion.
I spent 3 hours on it the other night, so I'm trying to.
Okay.
So at the risk of beating a dead horse into glue, so just a couple of things. One, I think we did attempt to address the process, and that attempt was not sort of didn't work its way through at the same time as these other things were going. But I agree with you that our focus should be on process, right? Our focus as a board should be on the policies that we implement and the way that those get carried out. But anytime something comes to us for a vote, it's our vote.
But that was my whole point. So, when they brought this in the beginning and we talked about the process, that was the first thing I brought up. You have a process that specifically says, when they changed it, they specifically said that the board isn't involved in that process. And so we had to vote on something that we're not involved in. And then when they bring it back, it's supposed to be approved, but then we vote on it again of a process that we're not supposed to be involved in. And I said that just, to me, from the beginning, makes no sense. That we vote on a process that we're not involved in making the decision. Because if you bring it to me, then you automatically put me in the process when it specifically says, because I asked the question, like 2 or 3 times. And my question was then, why are we involved at all? If it says that you are not involved. So the whole thing was selling to me. I'm glad that I guess we got it resolved, but it from the beginning, it didn't make any sense to me whatsoever. I still don't understand the process. So
Yeah. So I guess we could go ahead and make. Would you like to make the motion to approve the data middle school marquee?
It would be the. It
Oh,
would
gonna
be
do
the
the
whole
whole.
consent
Now we're gonna put
agenda,
it back
right.
in the consent. Okay.
The whole consent
Okay.
agenda.
So if someone would like to make a motion to
I would
approve
like
the
to move to approve the consent items, including the Shannon Fredericks honorary
marquee.
data marquee.
I moved to actually make it that.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson.
yes.
Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on. We're going to go to board reports. Oh, yeah, board reports. Thank you.
I do not. I enjoy vacation.
Oh, oops. Our trip. It's up to you. Nope, I did not. So we could do it next time.
No report.
So although Mr. Peterson neglected to mention it, we did have a property subcommittee meeting just yesterday.
I was still on vacation. We used to have a great relationship, me and Sabrina.
Anyway, yeah, so we did have a subcommittee meeting yesterday where we talked about the proposals that have been submitted for our surplus properties that will be coming to the board in the future. Had some good discussions around criteria, and so that will be coming forward at some point in the future. And then did have a PAC meeting last Friday that was, I thought, really helpful. Asan presented on the budget, and people had a million questions, which the budget, I think, just opens up to lots of questions about things, and I think you did a great job of trying to make it manageable for the average person to try and understand the complexities of school finance. So that was kind of the big takeaway.
And just prior to winter break, we also had a bond meeting, and it was actually our other Marina. Are we gonna call them M and that's how we do it in school, right? But our new facilities director, Marina, it was her very first day on the job, and she showed up for the Measure E bond committee meeting, and we had excellent updates from Ryan Hughes, and it's just always nice to get together and see the amazing things that the Measure E bond money is doing for our schools. So we did talk specifically about how the school site closure committee is going to impact how our bond monies are being used going forward, as we're waiting to see if any of our facilities are going to be closed. So that was a point of discussion during the meetings, and Ryan was able to kind of explain which things we're able to sort of put on hold, which things we can continue moving forward with. So I thought it was a good meeting.
I don't have a committee report for this year to report, but Jerry and I did go with Dr. Castro to Atlas, Citrus Glen, Balboa, and Buena, and I haven't been to Citrus Glen or Balboa, so that was really a special trip. So interesting programs, amazing staff. They expressed, many expressed, basically all of them expressed more support for our students as we behaviors are increasing. So at the kinder and TK level, and I just want to put that in mind as we go through reductions that they are requesting support. Okay, sorry. Moving on to, coming events.
All right, it's up on the screen. In a couple days, we have another Teacher of the Month celebration, which are always amazing. This one will be at Anacapa, followed by DLAC and AAPC on the 21st. We have the town hall. This is for the fencing, correct, Hassan? Yeah. So town hall for fencing at Cabrillo on the 22nd. Our special education parent workshop the 28th. CDAC following a couple days later. And then we start all over again. PAC on the 6th and ALCAP on the 19th. And I'll just give my comments. I just want to share my appreciation with this board. It is the Board Member Appreciation Month, but whether it's debating the merits of a marquee, this committee, or school closure, like the work that's ahead of you is very serious. And so I just want to thank you all for keeping students and our staff at the center of those conversations, because that is something that I don't think the board will toot their own horn, but when we're out and about in different areas, this board gets feedback about how well it works and how focused it is. And I just want to share that with the community, that we are very fortunate to have a board that is as dedicated as you are and who is conscientiously taking on these really significant issues. And we just appreciate the time and energy and intention that you put into your work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Future board items. Okay, are there any requests for future board item? Nope. Okay. Superintendent board comments.
I made mine. Thank you.
All right.
I guess my comment is also kind of dittoing what Dr. Castro says. Like, we all attend other meetings. We all know other people from other boards. So I appreciate all of you as well, because even though that we're going to have some very hard decisions coming up in the future, the one thing that I appreciate about this board is that we can have very difficult, hard conversations and differ and still be one cohesive board. We've been through a lot of different things, but it never divides us as a team. We all speak what we feel, we come to a consensus, and if it's 3-2, 4-1, 0-1, it doesn't matter for the relationship of this board. And that's very lucky to be on a board like this, because you guys all know it doesn't always happen like this. So even though we have to make those hard decisions in the future, I look forward to make it with these other 4 people. So thank you. Except for Sabrina.
Yeah. Can't go back on good graces.
I was going to say,
not gonna work.
We used to be able to do that. You need to have been like the past tense. I actually just wanted to use my board comment. James and I were fortunate to attend the swearing in of Senate President Pro Tem Monique Limon. And yes, Vice President Kamala Harris did the swearing in. It was amazing. I got there early. I was 3rd row. Sorry, James. It was just so exciting to see someone who cares so deeply about children, staff, and their families. Monique has been a tireless campaigner for children's issues since she was on the school board in Santa Barbara Unified, and is a mom of a young child. So you just see our issues and the types of things that we think about and talk about really are things that she lives. And so I feel like it's a great time to be in this region, because we have just someone who really represents us with a lot of integrity and a lot of heart. So congratulations to her. But also, while I was there, they have the theater that was on the campus of Santa Barbara Junior High School that was hosting this event is amazing. I've never been there. I forgot the name already, but it is managed by a joint use agreement with a private nonprofit that manages the theater for public use. And I had a chance to ask the person who represents the foundation, and she was like, yeah, we have events here all day long. Like, we manage the public coming in to use the school facility. It pays for the maintenance. So it was just a really good reminder of that conversation we keep having about how do we preserve public access to our school facilities at a time when our budgets are constrained. So anyway, I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay, and I agree. It was such a beautiful school and a wonderful event. It was funny. No one knew she was coming, not even her staff. They had no idea until the beginning. But all of a sudden, you just see Secret Service pop out of nowhere, and you're like, "Oh, what's going on here?" So it was a beautiful event. Thank you, Monique, for inviting for us on the board, for going. Those who can go can go. But yeah, it was a wonderful event, and that's all my comments. Dr. Castro?
And we have no need to return to closed session.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and have a motion to adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Alrighty, thank you all, and thank you, Vase. Thank you all. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.